Yeah, I'll make sure we get you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this regular meeting of the City Council of Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We do ask that if you have an electronic device, if you could please put that on silent, mute, turn it off, or throw it outside somewhere. It's good to get away from them every now and then. If you're able, if you would please stand and join us for an invocation from Senior Pastor Esteban Santana from the Fort Walton Beach Seventh-day Adventist Church, and then please stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as the end of this year approaches, we want to thank you for all your mercies and your blessings. Thank you for the people and leaders of the city of Fort Walton Beach. City Council has been called to order today, Lord, and we are invoking your presence in this place. So you take rightful place as the King of our lives. I ask you, Lord, to give our elected officials your wisdom to equip them and carry out the business at hand and make the best decisions having the best interests at heart of the people of Fort Walton Beach. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much. So we do have a couple of changes here for the agenda as well before we ask for its approval. We would like to cancel item 6.5, a presentation. Unfortunately, the folks that were getting that presentation were not able to be here tonight. And then we are going to move items 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, and 13.4 directly after the consent agenda and before the mayor and council comments, because I know that many of you are in the audience here tonight. We don't want to wait all night long to let you get up here and speak and talk to us and all that stuff. So with those changes, if we could get an approval.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I vote for two other changes, additions there following in the same sequence. If we could move 13.6 and 13.7 right there as well. I think that's a lot of brain power and knock it out. I know asking questions at the end of the night can be tiring on everyone, so if that's agreeable, let's move that.
Does anyone see any issue with that?
I guess more of a procedural thing. 13.4, the lease agreement for the trackman. The motion that we had made, or that I had made, passed a couple of meetings ago, wasn't to bring the lease agreement for trackman golf radars back at this meeting. It was for the other group to present their, to make a presentation on what they were offering for a partnership with the city. So I think the lease agreement being on there when that wasn't the motion that was made, I think is probably maybe a little backwards. I think that we should follow the process and hear the presentation, and after the presentation we'll have time to gather the information we need, and then on the next meeting we can put the lease agreement up for discussion at that point if we need be.
I mean, and certainly it's just a recommendation from the staff that we approve a lease agreement. If we don't want to take that recommendation, I think those folks are here tonight. We can certainly hear them out and then make whatever motion we choose at the end of that presentation.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that the motion that was made in the past was to put them on the agenda. They are not on the agenda.
Sure.
The lease agreement is on the agenda. So we made a motion, passed it,
Right.
and what we passed didn't get put on the agenda.
So we wouldn't necessarily need to change the agenda for that, I don't think. I mean, if you think so, we certainly can modify it to say, include them in their presentation. But I don't necessarily know that it needs to change if we just want to hear what they have to say, and they're here, they can speak during that item. Correct or not?
I mean, then I'd argue why was the motion even made and passed.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. Mr. Peters, you have any thoughts on that?
No, I mean, the agenda item was fully planned on both myself presenting that as well as them coming up and speaking on that presentation.
We can modify it to include that we're making sure that they have the opportunity to have the full time they need. Like, I'm not going to limit them to 5 minutes.
Okay.
If that's what
I want to make sure that that's the case.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm sure you guys got the email I did.
It was very comprehensive.
So, for clarification, 13.4, is that the one that was removed because they weren't here in the presentation? Or which one was it that was removed?
6.5.
Okay, gotcha.
Right, that was a different one.
Gotcha.
All right, so all of that results in us moving items 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.6, and 13.7 up after the consent agenda before the mayor and council comments, and modifying item 13.4 to include a full presentation from the competing entity wishing to do business on the golf course, correct?
Sounds good to me.
Everybody good with that? If we're good with that, we'll need a motion to move it.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Meade, seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve the agenda as modified by the board. Any additional comments? Seeing none, please vote. And it does pass 6-0. That moves us on to item 5.0, the appointment of a candidate to fill the vacant city council member seats. Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have a form here. There's two candidates that were nominated, Brandon Bishop and David Schmidt. So what we have is a form here. I will pass them down, and your names are in the corner. Put a check mark next to the ones of the candidate that you would like to fill the vacancy. Pass it back down. Mrs. Barnes will tally them up, and one with the most votes will be sworn in immediately after that.
Your name is on it.
This is mine.
I thought, Councilmember Alfredo did first.
Didn't want to hold it.
Okay, we'll read them out. Councilman Alfredo, David Schmidt. Councilwoman DeBerry, David Schmidt. Councilman Jeter, David Schmidt. Councilman Meade, David Schmidt. Councilman Smith, David Schmidt. And Councilman Walker, David Schmidt. So 7,
6-0.
6.
So our next step would be to bring up
Yeah.
David Schmidt, and he would be sworn in.
Mr. Schmidt, would you raise your right hand and repeat after me? I state your name.
I, David Schmidt,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly
that I will support, protect, and defend
I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified to hold office
that I'm duly qualified to hold office
under the laws of Florida
under the laws of Florida
and the city charter,
and the city charter,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
that I will well and faithfully perform
the duties of council member at large
the duties of council member at large,
on which I am about to enter.
which is about to enter.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, Councilman. Good to have you. We move on now to item number 6, which is recognitions. Mr. Peters has a couple of student award for civic excellence and employee recognitions, as well as some parade winners.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, the student ace, we do have a few presentations that all the people in here, these are great winners, so we got a fun night tonight. December's always a fun meeting for these type of awards. But first up, we'll bring Jonathan Curtis, the Student Ace Award for Choctachi High School. Is Jonathan here?
Jonathan Curtis.
Jonathan Curtis.
Okay, we'll do the other one first.
All right, and from Football Beach High School, Palmer Lindsley. Congratulations. I'm going to give you this, and I'm going to stand over here. I'll read some of your highlights. Palmer is a Football Beach High School ACE Award recipient for the month of December. He has a weighted GPA of 4.69 and is ranked 4th in his class. Palmer has a 31 score on the ACT and a 4.0 GPA Northwest Florida State College. He is also a student of the AP and dual enrollment programs. Palmer has received several awards, including being National Honor Society member, recipient of the Auntie Mitchell Award, AP Scholar with Distinction, Viking Scholar. He has served as Florida Senate page, Florida House Messenger, and youth councilman with the city of Destin as a Boys State Florida member. Palmer belongs to several clubs, including and organizations, being the captain of the boys golf team, the golf assistant for Destin Middle School, a member of the National League of High School Cotillion, and the former president and treasurer of his class. Whole bunch of stuff. Want to give us an update what you're going to do?
I'm currently planning on attending either Florida State University or Georgia Tech, majoring in business and finance, and trying to figure out what I'm going to do in college.
Let's get a picture. Congratulations. All right. We do have Jonathan Curtis from Choctachi High School. Come on up. If you'll stand here, I'm going to say a few good words about you. Thank you. All right. Jonathan Curtis. Jonathan is Choctachi High School's ACE Award recipient for the month of December. He has a weighted GPA of 4.7 and is ranked 4th in his class. He has an ACT score of 35 and an SAT score of 1570. He has academic and professional experience interning for the University of Florida Research and Engineering Educational Facility, assisting researchers in robotics. Jonathan is also intern for the Air Force Research Laboratory Scholars Program, conducting research in artificial intelligence, drones, and radar systems. He has experience in leadership and extracurricular activities as chess club president, where he has increased membership and hosted several competitive and educational events. He's in a lot of different other groups, cleanups from Hurricane Helene, organized events and outreach activities in his youth group, analytical skills, innovative solutions, organizing, teamwork, leadership, and a whole bunch more. Jonathan, would you like to tell us what you're going to do next year?
Next year, I'm planning on serving a mission to spread the gospel, and yeah.
Thanks. All right, Jonathan, we're good. All right, Mayor, moving on, we do have, next up, we have our city employee. We've got two. We like to recognize our employees when they get in increments of 5 years, 5, 10, 15, 20, and in this case, we have one at 30 this year. So first, we will bring up for 5 years in our finance department, Jared Taylor.
Finance for a reason.
And 30 years and retiring soon, Chantel Hunt. And let's get a good picture here. All right. Thank you. All right, and which a lot of people are here for this next section in here. If I get our recreation director, Tiffany Corker, to come up here, we'll hand out, these are the parade winners. We will start out with the best commercial, and you want to show them? Sure. These are, well, we can take them out. So There's a pretty cool trophy plaque that they have. It's got our new engraved FWB 365 logo in it and the parade winner and their names on it. So each one that wins will get that. And for the best commercial, Walmart. They have a representative here. All right, best service, the Panhandle Jeepettes. All right. All right, moving along, rolling up the banner. Best religious is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Are they here? Congratulations. All right, we've got two other ones. The best marching is Brunner Middle School and Fort Walton Beach High School bands. All right, and the last one we have, the best youth is Fort Walton Beach High School cheerleaders, baseball, and softball teams. Make sure y'all get the picture there. Good job.
Here? Yeah.
Mayor, that is it.
That was a lot of fun. A lot of people. All right, so we'll now move on to item number 7 on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Council will need approval on the consent agenda.
7.4, just for brief discussion thereafter.
All right, we will remove the item as you've requested. However, we are going to move it after item 13.7.
Whenever.
Okay. Any other changes? Mr. Schmidt?
I just have a question about one item. Jeff, or maybe Nicole, does this schedule for 2025, the regular meeting schedule, I know there's a lot of openings for us to do what we need to do, but if there's ever any need for workshops or additional things to amend the budget, or as we collaborate and dive into different things, let us know what we can do about that. As well as, too, does this give us enough time? I know last year, in the last couple of years, there was conversations about not enough time between approving the millage rate and the new year. Does this kind of accommodate for that, this new schedule?
What do you mean by?
I think those millage rates are set by.
They're set by, yeah, the true authorities.
But as far as can we meet sooner, because I know there was, as far as we're in the consent agenda, there's a discussion about the regular meeting schedule. Enough time in between when the second reading of the millage is passed and when the budget needs to be effective. But if y'all are good with this, obviously y'all are good with it, then.
Are you
just-
talking about the June meeting, or are you talking about the September meetings?
So a lot of times we approve the millage rate in Septembers.
Right, right. So you're not
After the
talking about the June where we can't go above, correct? You're talking about the two, no, the two in
Correct, when
September
council
are set in
approves it
stone.
after the second reading.
Yeah, the two in September are set by stone. We have to go, we're kind of low on the totem pole. You have like the county, the school board, they all pick theirs, and then we have to pick ours within when they do it, and you have to do it within, there's like a whole 60-page timeline. of
So we
what-
can't move it up any sooner then?
No, you can't. no.
So we're, okay, all right, thank you.
All right, with those changes, if we could get approval of the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry, excuse me, to approve the consent agenda as amended, removing item 7.4 for additional discussion. Any other comments? Councilman Meade.
The CDBG, I know we're discussing that, but I believe we've, as a council, discussed before, when it comes around next year, that maybe we can look at doing something more singular with it as opposed to a bunch of, looks like all the money hasn't been used possibly right now. If there's some nuisance abatement that we could use that for, that'd be great. Because I know there's items that are in need in the community, but next year, hopefully, we can keep that in mind with formulating that budget.
I'd add my second to Councilman Meade's thoughts as well. Any additional comments? Seeing none, please vote. Consent agenda approved, 6-0. That moves us to item 8. Oh no, I'm sorry, we're moving each other's up. All right, moves us to item 13.1. If you're following along at home, we're now on lease agreement for public parking at 147 Brooks Street Southeast. I believe we have Public Works and Utilities Director.
Utilities Director. Tonight in front of you, you have a proposed lease agreement for 147 Brook Street Southeast, more commonly referred to the parcel that's right adjacent to the east of the landing. This is something that we've had ongoing discussions about, gosh, I think probably going on 2 years now, dating back to a couple councils and a couple of administrations on that end. The lease in front of you is basically to lease a area so the city can convert into public parking. As you can see in some of the backup that we have, the city has, we've lost about 97 parking spaces downtown, and that's just, along Brook Street right there over the last 2 years. This, mainly Brooks Bridge, you can see that's about 66 spaces. And then the expired, I should say, leased at 190 Brooks, which is Coasters, which the parking's there, but it's effectively not a city public parking deal on that side. We do expect to get a little bit back, but we're not going to be anywhere close to the capability that we previously had on that side.
Hey, Mr. Payne, can I pause you for just 1 second? Ms. Ford, is it possible to put that rendering on these screens at all? I know it might take a couple minutes. I just figured I'd hop in there real quick. Go ahead.
Yep.
I mean, you can continue
Sure.
talking.
So we've been exploring these options, obviously, before the bridge had started. The gentleman that we, or and family that we approached us and to see if we were interested, a while ago, and that's when those discussions started. It's Mr. Bob Norman. I think he's in the crowd tonight on that side. The area that we need, how this kind of came to fruition is we worked on some conceptual drawing stuff. I think that you'll see here shortly. That was staff generated to kind of see what we were dealing with. We didn't want to, lease too small of a piece or too big a piece or whatever. So we basically had an educated guess on what we could and what we could fit. There were some cleanup items that they needed to do in order for the property to be leased. The lease terms that you see there, I'm just going to sum up. I think Ms. Cobb can kind of go over any of this particular details, but basically it is pretty close to almost identical to the cost per space that we have right across on the city lot next to the boardroom right over there that we did as maybe a couple years ago, where we refurbished it up there. That's half of that lot, the city owns the other. So some of those terms basically should be as close as we could get to like apples and apples on that side. The landing is also being redone right next to it. And you know that we've, some of you have been over there, have seen the golf course or golf cart parking that's been added over there. That landing master plan and landing that we had didn't really result in, like, other than the golf cart parking spaces, an additional amount of extra parking as well. So I think that was, you know, I think a plus or minus, you know, a few here or there on that side. So terms-wise, we have 20 years on that side. We started with 15, but we know if the city does a capital investment, we ask for additional 5 on that side. That's similar to the BLN lease we had at the boardroom, where we put some capital in there and then got another 5 years. They both kind of start and end. I say start. They both, the other one moonlights whenever this first term, so these things kind of go concurrently, so they're both up at the same time. So there's not a different time frame where this is paying this and this is paying this on there. We tried to match that as best as possible. We do feel like we can get anywhere from 30 to 40 spaces out there. I would say realistically, as it stands, this, you know, today as we speak, without any engineering plans to a construction detail done, it's about 33 is where it stands. But we're still working on that. But obviously we don't want to go too far without, you know, approval on that side. Having said that, you know, like I said, the term is 20 years, renewable perpetuity in 5-year terms. We have a $55 per completed spot is what we had, in addition to the taxes on the property like we pay on the other side of between the city lot and the boardroom and Woodfoot. We also have a right of first refusal that we had to purchase the property in case it does come up for sale, which is something that we don't have, that I think was a good inclusion in on that side. So having said that, the recommendation is to authorize the mayor to execute a lease agreement with Robert D. and Susan Norman for public parking lease at the 147 Brook Street Southeast for the purpose of adding a public parking lot. And Mr. Norman's in the crowd as well, but if you have any questions, you can feel free and I can try to answer them, or refer to Ms. Cobb on that side.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Payne, Mr. Norman, or Ms. Cobb? Mr. Smith?
Do we have an estimated cost of what the improvement's going to be based off of what that rendering is, I guess?
Sure.
I know it's kind of...
Yeah, so budgeted wise, this year, that's already budgeted, we had $500,000. Is it gonna be a $500,000? $1 million question, right? You won't, you know, we don't know until we get hard bids with hard construction costs. Do I feel like we can work within the $500,000? Definitely, 100%. Would I be shocked if it was anywhere from 350 to 5? I think that's a good target area, but right now, I think for where it stands, even though these are great kind of renderings and pictures, I won't know until we have, you know, specific construction details to do. But 350 to 5 is what I would say.
We've got some parking lot renovations going on in the landing, so ideally, get them at the same time, we'll probably save a little bit of money.
Mr. Walker?
It's curious, the CPIU versus CPUI Southern or any others, do you know why CPIU was used? It seems to be a higher rate than CPI Southern.
So I do not, and I've said this for those that have probably heard it, Public Works guy is not the most detailed lease guy, right? So we leave it to, right, the lease writer. So Mr. Burns and Mr. Cobb handle most of that detailed language. I don't know if they explain any of that to you on that side.
Just curious, Ms. Cobb, I mean, do we know what, I mean, CPIU, I was just reading about it being, you know, the U.S. average, understanding, I mean, just thinking out loud that, you know, some of the cities in, let's just say the Northeast or whatever, they're being considered in that cost of living, where we're down here in the South and we have a lower cost of living. And so just curious why U is used versus Southern.
It was just part of the negotiations. I don't think there's a faith reason either way. If you want to switch it, we can go ahead and ask them to switch it. What I know is that this rent amount is consistent with the leases that we've previously entered into. And it's, just to clarify one thing, it is $55 per parking spot, like we said, but it's also either that or $17.60 total, whichever is more.
Whichever is more. Well, I guess I'd want to know what, I mean, the rent increase by more than 15% increase seems on the high side to me, but I don't know.
Well, we can
Look at the southern.
ask them to change it if that's an issue for the council.
Council.
I don't know if Ms. Neighbors has information on the
I
difference.
have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't.
It's just a factor of rent increases, going up 3% or 6% is, over the 20 years and all that. It's a significant number. And from a landlord's perspective, I completely understand why they would want the higher, not the lesser. And they can understand why we might want the lesser, not the higher. So,
Anyone else with questions? Mr. Barry?
Mayor, I'm looking at, under the inflation adjustment, the base rent, letter I, base rent increase for each adjustment date shall be determined by multiplying the current base rent, but down towards the bottom. However, that in no event shall the base rent increase by more than 15% for any 5-year period. Well, things can change within 5 years, as we well know, just in the last 5 years.
Right. So what was your question?
So my question, the 15% that the rate increase, the base rent increase by more than 15% for any 5-year period. No event shall the base rent increase. So is that?
It's a cap.
Is that competing with the other, CP?
Yeah, it's a cap. It wouldn't go higher than that. You also have the right, if the city is not satisfied, you have the right to terminate before any renewal period as well.
Anyone else with questions?
Does this interfere at all with the productivity, with the phasing out the landing and those contractors? Thank you.
Councilman Walker.
Yeah, thank you, David. I looked here, it looks like there is a CPIU for the south, so maybe we could just clarify in there that the CPIU would be for the south, not all. It looked like it was including the entire U.S., so maybe I just missed it there. But also, I guess the other question, we knew it was going to come up tonight, but with our recent, charter amendment, is the monthly rent due going to be a factor in the operating expenses?
It will be an operating expense.
So we're looking at a $1,760 a month increase in the operating expenses already off the bat. So, this issue is going to come up throughout the night, throughout probably the rest of until we get the implementation of the charter amendment for the budget. So I'm just going to ask that we postpone or put on a future agenda this item until we know our position on the charter amendment implementation of the budget.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
I'll second.
A motion by Councilman Walker, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to postpone any action on this item until a decision is made on our recent charter amendment limiting our budget increases and whatnot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And included the and whatnot.
I did not. Yes, that's there. I would have said it separate.
Any additional comments on this? I think it was pretty straightforward. Mr. Berry?
No, I agree with what you said.
Councilman Meade?
Is this for this evening or is this for next year to readdress?
Oh, I just said on a future agenda.
Oh, I didn't hear agenda.
I'm sorry. It'd be on a future agenda, and because we don't really know where our position is yet on, are we ahead or are we behind? And this may be just easy peasy and make it go on through, depending on where staff brings us the numbers on we're ahead, we're behind, we've got this much we can play with. I think it's, for me, I'm not comfortable realizing that a commitment, a 20-year commitment here might just adversely affect other operations. So I'd like to have a little bit more clarity there before moving forward with them. I like the idea, it's just, committing to it tonight when we might, maybe tonight we know the implementation's on the agenda, we'll know how that budget, we know where we stand, and we'll see how this fits in on the future agenda. Which I would be open for it, obviously, tonight, if someone brings it up and we address it after tonight, after we get through the budget amendment implementation, if staff is quick enough to come up with how things are, but I'm not really expecting that, but.
Anything else, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, I respect where your position is at, but I really think whatever maneuvering we got to do to fit compliant with, because like you said, we don't know exactly what our impact or delta is with new legislation. I think this is such a minor cost for an opportunity that staff I know has been working on for a while, and as well as the landowner, and the opportunity to get the adjacent property next to the landing with our landing renovations and the expansion of having an opportunity to have real estate for the expansion of that park. I'm on board with continuing, these negotiations and not supporting the motion, but I respect where you're coming from.
Anyone else with comments on this?
Echo what Councilman Schmidt said. Thank you for all the hard work y'all put into getting this, and it's one of our quality of life. There's more parking down there, and I think we'll find a way to make it happen. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Anyone else with comments on this before we vote? Councilman Dean?
I'm not going to support the motion for the same reason. I respect and agree with your motives, but I think that, or I don't think, I believe that this is a priority, at least from my position. So I want to work to recreate our budget with this in mind. So, but I think we all have the same good intentions, just different. So I won't support it.
Councilman Smith, anything? All right, let's vote. That motion is not carried. 2-4. Anyone else wish to make a second motion?
I think I need to make a motion to make it CPIU Southern, just of clarification, or I don't know if that's direction to staff or motions needed, but it would be CPIU Southern, so that we're not included in the whole U.S., which is, it doesn't mention Southern in here.
I would think if you want to do that, you'd need to make a motion approving the lease agreement and then including that language. Is that correct, Ms. Collins?
Yes, because we'll have to go back and ensure that's part of the deal.
But could also, if others make a motion to approve it, that I could do an amendment to the approval to make it.
I mean,
so
you certainly could if you got a second.
Sure,
We could have a
okay.
vote on that
Okay.
as well.
Great.
Or if you wanted to just make a motion to approve the whole thing.
But I just made a motion not to, so on the previous one, so.
Sure. Okay. All right, I will make a motion to approve the proposed lease agreement for public parking at 147 Brook Street Southeast.
Second.
I have a motion made by me and a second by Councilman Jeter to approve the proposed parking agreement at 147 Brook Street Southeast. Any additional comments?
Is this where I would make my?
I believe it is.
I'd like to make the motion that we should the lease be approved, that the staff clarifies, and I guess seeks approval, gets approval from the landlord that the CPIU be further clarified that it is of the southern region.
And just so you can clarify for everyone as well, could you give a 30-second?
Sure.
Explanation on what
Probably
that
less
is?
than that. It just looks like on here it's a total.
Like for instance, what is CPIU?
Consumer price index.
Okay.
And then so when we use southern, we're talking about our price index down south as opposed to up north or out in California. I don't want our base rent tied to what's going on out in California as an average.
Okay.
So just keep it southern.
Okay. That's a motion to amend. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion to amend made by Councilman Walker, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry. Any additional comments on this? Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, I appreciate the energy and effort it took to get to this point, and Mr. Norman and their folks being willing to partner with the city. I don't think we have any opportunities to join the landing with extra footage. So again, thank all parties for getting it to this point.
Okay. Mr. Jeter?
I don't know what point we're at. Are we gonna be able to execute this tonight, or is this, if this amendment passes, do we have to go back and kick
We will
this
go
can
back
and wait till
and-
another meeting?
We will go back and have to make sure the other side agrees to
It's
it.
nothing that can be done tonight, so this is gonna be extending it and waiting, so.
Correct.
It's a counteroffer.
It is a counteroffer.
It's a minor tweak. It's a minor tweak.
That could be the equivalent of, do we know what the difference was?
Well, I
Last
mean-
time CPI passed, what was the difference in the southern and the?
I just looked, CPIU Southern was 2.7. I did not see the total averages, so it would take all of the regions, add them up together, and then it would be an average of that. So, did you say the landlord is here tonight?
He's right. Mr.
I mean,
Norman
so-
is, yes, sir.
I guess we could have a discussion, you know, I mean, we could
Mr. Norman, if
solidify.
you'd like to step up and say
could
you're
solidify.
agreeable or not agreeable to this, we have not voted on it yet, so go ahead.
Well, first of all, I look forward to a partnership with the city. We've had this property for 4 generations, and I think it's the right thing to do is to have a lease with the city. Y'all need the additional parking for everything that's going on in the entertainment district. As far as the CPI, it's something Jeff Burns had proposed. I had wanted to have a review of the rental agreement every 5 years. And he came up with this CPI proposal that y'all are discussing right now. So we could still renegotiate that part of it. But the only reason I wanted it, I think the rate is the same that Bobby Neighbors is paying at $55 a parking space. It's nothing new. And if the cost of living and things change over the next 20, I'm entering into a 20-year lease. And if things change where rates go up to $60 a space or 65 or whatever it is, I want to be able to review that and renegotiate that with the city. And that's where we are.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here, Mr. Norman.
I have a question for you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I just want, I mean, because I'm all about, I mean, you know, a long-term lease like that is, and all I'm trying to do is limit those increases. If the CPI, this one or the southern one increases, then you're going to receive an increase in rent based on it's either, I'll use 3%, maybe the southern is 2.7% this year was the last year. If we combine them all together, it may be 4%. So you would just be limiting yourself to the maximum increase of the CPIU Southern as opposed to the national US. And again, I used California, New York, and those are in their own distinct regions separate from us. So, you know, if they go up 12% up there and we're up 4%, I don't know that you should get an 8% increase, but
No, I'm not looking for that.
right. So it sounds like we might be agreeable to maxing it out at the CPIU Southern. And
Yeah, if we can work that out with Jeff or
So are you
Kimberly.
willing to make the change that Councilmember Walker is suggesting to clarify that it's the CPIU Southern? Because if you are, they can
we can just
agree.
do it.
Well, we can do it. I mean, like I said, Jeff was the one that
Yeah,
came up
that's
with
just
the
the only.
CPI
Yeah,
proposal.
so then you're good with clarification? Because then we're done if you are.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay,
he's
perfect.
agreed to it.
Perfect.
So we still have to make the change to the lease before you sign it if you approve it tonight, but that can be done, you know, tomorrow, and then you can sign.
I'm the only reason I'm trying to get this thing done is I got tenants on the property that I'm trying to give them some kind of a notice, at least 6 month notice to get them out of there, so y'all can start work on those.
Well, with you agreeing to the clarification, they can approve
Yes.
it tonight without any further meetings.
Yeah,
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Walker, seconded by Mr. Berry. We've had an opportunity for additional discussion. Everyone, I think, is pretty clear on it, correct? Then we will vote on the amendment as proposed by Councilman Walker. All right, the amendment to the motion does pass 6-0, which means now we need a vote on the original motion, which was to accept the terms of the lease agreement, which are now modified to include the CPIU Southern Consumer Price Index. Any additional discussion on this item? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, please vote. And the motion does pass 5-1. Thank you, council. Thank you, Mr. Ruler, for being here as well.
Hey, Mayor, real quick, on 13.5, we've got a lot of people here in the audience too for the Bayside Breeze. I was just wondering if it would be appropriate to just leave the action items in a row and include that in.
Sure, absolutely. Yep, we can do that.
Which is that?
Ms. Cox, do you need any kind of motion for that? Or?
No.
Okay, wonderful. That brings us to item 13.2. The task order for the design of Hollywood Boulevard Road Diet. I believe that would also be Mr. Payne.
Okay, Daniel Payne, Public Works Utilities Director. Tonight in front of you, you have an item related to potential redesign of Hollywood Boulevard. This is east of Eglin. This is not anything west of Eglin Parkway all the way down. This is basically, those of you familiar with Dodge Store, east from there all the way to Bay Drive on that side. Those of you on council can maybe remember Hollywood Boulevard. That segment has come up numerous times over our careers, and you know, from speed limits to fatality issues that we've had to speeding. We changed the speed limit due to a study at one point in time that we did. Mr. Allegretto, I think you remember helping assist them with that. We had some speed feedback signs. We've done things over on that segment over the years here in the last 8 or so, mainly the last 7. On April 25th, we did a neighborhood traffic study. It was like our second stop due to all the citizen requests that we've had over the years in that Ferry Park neighborhood. We included Hollywood in that Ferry Park neighborhood because basically because of all the requests we've had over the years. As a result of that study, we had obviously in that engagement period and all, we had lots of inquiries, we had lots of comments, and we had lots of ideas about Hollywood. We studied the route a little bit on there, had some counter information, had some part of a limited traffic analysis that was part of the neighborhood study. And basically, the amount of volume that we had through there didn't really warrant 4 lanes, right? So there's 4 lanes that goes through there, as much as 98 in places, and it's not as much as you know, other large roads. And going down through there, it doesn't warrant. So we knew that. So moving out of that, one of those long-term improvements that we had was some type of repurposing of 2 of those lanes from whether it's Ferry to down to Bay Drive or the whole corridor. We don't know yet. Last year, we submitted for some legislative funding to get that project moving along. We were unsuccessful with that. Actually, Chief Beige, you know, one of our biggest traffic safety advocates we had, he's over there presenting at the legislative delegation, right, probably as we speak, for one of the same items. Since we were unsuccessful the first time, we went through our conventional route, which is to budget it during the budget process. So we included it in this year's budget process and a 0.5-cent sales surtax. And we have a budgeted item in there, line item for it. So this is the task order in order to do so. The existing budgeted amount we had was $150,000. This comes back more. I think it comes back at 214. One of the reasons it does come back is we wanted to go heavy on public engagement portion of it. The firm that we have that supplied the task order is HDR out of Pensacola. HDR doesn't sound familiar. They're the ones that have done or are currently ongoing and doing the rounding mound PD&E for DOT. We were able to access them on the Okaloosa County Public Works piggyback contract. They know what they're doing, we feel good. We beefed up the public involvement portion. We know that there's been a lot of residents that have expressed interest in us doing that. If you guys can remember some of that. So tonight, we finally got everything together. We wanted to present it. It's for design and implementation. I don't know if you looked through the task order, but basically what it started off with is a couple initial members, either of council or us, to do a quick meeting. And then as far as the other portion, once we have a little bit of design and deal, we'd have basically a workshop going over with the public on that side. Having said that, I think we do have representatives from HDR in case there is any questions. But we recommendation-wise, we're requesting authorization for the city manager to execute a task order with HDR in the amount of $214,824 for the design and engineering of Hollywood Boulevard road diet, which is basically moving down from 4 lanes to 2 at a particular section via piggyback calls from Okaloosa County Board of County Commissioners. If there's any questions on here. This also, I think it's important to include that this includes a roundabout design for Ferry and Hollywood, which is one of our most dangerous intersections. So.
Fantastic. Mr. Jeter.
That was my question. So this includes all of it, not just design the road from 4 to 2, the roundabout, some pedestrian paths. HDR is fully aware of everything we're trying to accomplish by redoing this road.
Correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Payne, that would also include multimodal transportation, using those other lanes for bike lanes, golf cart traffic, electric scooters, ways that people can get around that neighborhood and that area through that main thoroughfare.
Yes. So from requesting the task order, those are, like I said, this isn't staff's rehash stuff. This is stuff that's come over from Tijuana Flats, for those of you over there, from the report that we had done earlier, and from the kickoff meeting I think we had at the field office. This is all stuff that rolls in there. In addition to, golf carts, bicycles, sidewalk, it'll be all encompassing on what we actually want to do, and public involvement of what those goals and objectives will be in order to accommodate everybody on that.
And then my final question before I get to everybody else here is, in this design and engineering study, we would then get an idea of what kind of cost we would be looking at once it's all put together to actually perform this. And that's obviously something that we could then go back with that number in hand, with the design in hand, and seek legislative funding for.
Yes, correct. So the goal would be to, we don't have any construction budgeted, right? I think those are some of the stuff that we're keep going out to try to secure. But you would have basically a shovel-ready type situation that you would have, instead of, maybe me saying estimate-wise, you'd have a very tighter estimate of your scope and your construction costs.
And in your estimation and past experience, it's always easier to ask for that money when you know how much money you're asking for.
I feel a lot more comfortable, yes.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions, Mr. Smith?
TPO meeting, I learned quite a few new things, and there's actually something a little bit later, the next item, a task order for the Safe Streets for All. So I guess in my general understanding in that conversation that they had is there's grant money out there for identifiable issues that we know about, which is why we have the next item coming up so they can do a complete assessment of the city. We already know this intersection because we've already done a study is a problem. And I guess my question is have we talked with Kimley Horn or anybody else about what kind of grant funding there may be out there through the SS4A for this project?
Yes. We can roll into it, or I can cover all those on the SS4, but the short answer is yes. That's it.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Schmidt.
Is there, I know right now we're just focused on this scope tonight, but has there been any at staff level discussions on, from a connectability scope? Connecting into this, let's call it phase 2, phase 3, from north to south, or expanding this type of model that we're doing at a very dangerous intersection, because the data that we've gotten back, like you said, that Tijuana Flats workshop and those kind of things, is showing that this area that we're working on is a huge safety issue, as well as a multimodal, like Mr. Allegretto mentioned, another multi-use pass. But is there any interest with staff, or has there been already things maybe tucked away that has already had a design or conceptual design with adding to this connectability north-south or even more east-west?
Yeah, so from going and talking to HDR and going back and forth, those, I'm sure you maybe get a little bit of understanding of the task order process, but you ask, you go over scope, you get something back, and we kind of go through, hey, I'd like to include this, or hey, I'd like to beef up the public engagement part. And then one of the others that we had was, hey, even though this is the east to west corridor, we would like to have connection points for a proposed north-south route for additional trail, multimodal deal that we connect from, I think uptown to downtown or one of those areas. Now, they would not, they'd be limited to their scope in the right of way, but as far as that connection point, that's where we determine where that would be, where it would go, and where it went from there would be up to us on how to expand it. But it definitely is in the thought process and the thinking and included in here, and it's there wherever it is.
That's huge. That's huge. Thanks, Mr. Payne.
Councilman Walker.
Thank you for this great presentation, both document-wise, the pictures there. I did see the uptown to downtown connector with that multimodal, I believe it was, is the corridor connecting there with a couple of little breaks in it or whatever. So, it's very easy to read this and understand it. If you go from top to bottom, we see what's going on here. I do have a couple of questions, I guess, about I'm going to start on the cost questions.
Sure.
Traffic evaluation was the first thing that I saw in it's HDR, correct? Is HRD, HDR group. Traffic evaluation 5,400, but then when you come and when you go and actually look at their, I think it's the printout is there. They reference in there that they will use all of the traffic, there it is, page 493, traffic data from previous Ferry Park study used for traffic analysis. So would want some clarity from you or them on that, where they propose 5,400, but then they say they will use the traffic data from Ferry Park study already. So seems like a little duplication there. We've already got a traffic study analysis.
Yeah.
All right, so Jonathan Birchfield with HDR Engineering. So that analysis was done for the neighborhood analysis. All we're doing is we're taking the traffic count information that was collected. That's the data we're using to verify that going from 4 lanes to 2 lanes is warranted. No one's really studied that. I've looked at the safety issues and stuff like that related to the neighborhood, not necessarily whether it's warranted to go down to 2 lanes. So we're just confirming that with the traffic counts and information from that study. Otherwise, we'd have to get our own counts, added more features. That makes sense?
Not really, because in your bid, you say that you will use all of their data for your analysis.
Yeah, their data collection, not their analysis. For us to go up there and say, hey, you can take this road and go from 2 lanes, or from 4 lanes to 2, we got to confirm that.
Okay.
No one's done that yet.
Right.
So we're using their count information to confirm that. Although if we didn't use their count information, we had to get our own count information, which would add to the budget. So we were actually trying to save money by using information that was already available.
Okay.
That makes sense.
A little more, I guess. Again, I just...
Because there's a data collection portion is what we're actually using, and then just their analysis. Two different things. You have to go out there and have someone do traffic counts to give you an idea of how much traffic is going where. So that information is what we're using from that previous report.
Yeah, and I think I was just seeing the word used, analysis, in both of them.
Yeah, so it's a different analysis we're looking at, but we're using their data collection from that original analysis to do our analysis.
Thank you. And maybe you're the right one, or maybe Mr. Payne as well, but so I was looking at the Ferry Park study, and it was making long-term and short-term, mid-term recommendations. Was the two-lane a part of the Ferry Park study? Was it a recommendation to come down to two lanes?
Yeah, it was part of it. It was a part of the like planning document wise. It was road diet. So was the roundabout. Yeah.
Okay, because do you remember if it was short-term, mid-term, or long-term? Because those were the ones I'm sorry?
It was long-term.
It was long-term?
In the way we defined, just to rehash, the way we were defined short-term, mid-term, and long-term was, short-term was, let's just say we have annual operating budgets that we could fit some things in there. You don't have to budget for them. You more or less can do that with what you had at any point in time. Mid-term was, hey, I got a plan for this for the year, right? The feedback signs are those that were in there. Long-term is a bigger item, like what we're talking about today.
Gotcha. Well, I'll go back and look at it in just a minute, because I didn't see it in those long-term. I think there were like 3 or 4 in each category that was a recommendation of the Ferry Park. Maybe I just overlooked it. The preliminary concepts, and bear with me here because I just want to see how it comes together, because the public involvement of $34,800 seems expensive to me, just off the bat it does. And then I look at preliminary concepts, that's taking, you're going to do your analysis, and then...
Correct. So the preliminary concepts, well, when you're talking about road diet, we have 2 ways of we can either take out the outside lane or the inside lane.
Sure.
So the whole concept of the concept phase is basically we're going to come up with some multiple concepts, those will be presented to the public.
Okay.
And then we'll get their feedback, and then once we get that feedback, those concepts will be rolled into the design.
And so I guess, just so I understand, Mr. Payne, the Ferry Park study, it had, public input, involvement. It didn't specifically discuss the 4 to 2, because the few people that I've spoken with in this short time since this has been up, it's not been well received by, I said, hey, going from 4 to 2, roundabout, and there's just been a lot of, just the very few that I've spoken with, wasn't at those meetings, so I don't know if it was just everybody was loving it there, but it does seem a little shocking to the mind to take Hollywood from 4 to 2, but I like the multimodal as well, but $34,800, and once again, I think I'll just make the statement, it seems like we almost get things out of order here. I mean, I was looking at, I think it was in the minutes of a previous meeting, and it was our Jason, our architect, engineer, Floyd. He had donated some of his time for some conceptual engineering and stuff, and I'm like, well, wouldn't it make sense to kind of get some preliminary concepts showing that and reach out? The public involvement I like is right there at the podium, whether it's at these outside places. I'm not there. They don't get to speak to me directly. They do get to speak to us directly when they come there. So I'm not being funny about it, but public involvement that I like to see comes from behind the podium, not by a surveying company out saying, yeah, this is what I heard them say, or here's the survey that we sent out. I just like to hear from the citizens standing right there at the podium. So the 34.8 seems high. Traffic evaluation, I get it, I guess, and preliminary concepts for a rendering. Is that fair to say that a preliminary concept is 2 sets of renderings, one down the middle, maybe shifting it north and south? Okay, got it. Design
Anyone else
plans
with
and
a question?
constructions.
Anyone else with a question? Mr. Mead.
Received, I think, Bill, an email earlier today from Ms. Donnelly, and she posed an interesting question. Why don't we just take that money and enlarge the sidewalk, add a sidewalk, and I guess I would really have that same question, although I think you've kind of been leaning towards an answer with, we're not just reshaping the road, which you're talking about deleting one lane, leaving one lane open, is that, and assessing the intersection?
Yes, so, I think I saw the same correspondence, but just to speak on the correspondence on that end, so I think if you are, first of all, we don't know how much to lane repurpose. I think, it could be a small section, it could be from Ferry, probably the most realistic is from Ferry down to Bay. The commercial side probably does not make too much sense on that end. But also, we know that there's, as far as the speeding and the accident stuff, it's basically a straight shot, right? There's no curves or anything. It's just, you can look almost at one end and looking down at the other. We know speeding issues are basically a lot of times geometry of the road. Like we can, whether it's blue lights or geometry of the road, those are probably the two things that are going to prohibit speeding down that road. And some of the stuff that we see, I think Mr. Alligator will remember, was quite frightening on that side. So to address all that, there was probably a couple bends in there, and the geometry would change a little bit, not to where it's a snake all the way, but I try to go into it without any totally predisposed, we'll let the analysis come back, let the engagement come out. I think whatever it fits in, you will get a clear understanding of that on that side. And I will add, we do have, as far as the Ferry Park neighborhood traffic study, we have representatives from Kinley Horn. He did it. He handled the public engagement. If there's any question that you had on how that was done, he's here on that side. I think we did in person, we did comment cards, we did online voting. We tried to push it and share it as much as possible. It's a question all this time. How do we get more people engaged? I'm sure you guys struggle with it on that time. Those of you on council that were there at the meeting, I think they will go into it. I mean, other than knocking on every single door, I think we tried to encourage as much participation as possible, like we always do.
Councilman Jeter. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad, John.
So years ago, they did a study, one on Mill Parkway at Lenstu, so that's why I remember it, and then one on Walter Martin. The suggestion of the study on next to Lenstu was that they institute a right-only turn, close on making it up. And then when asked, are we doing this? No, the neighborhood didn't want it, so we didn't do it. And same with Walter Martin. They had good ideas that were, in my opinion, that were never done. Kind of in line with this email, my concern is why are we taking perfectly good roads and paying money to consider narrowing them? If we have an issue, which I believe we have an issue from what I hear with that intersection, why aren't we just limiting our scope to, let's come up with some sort of roundabout or traffic signal? And that seems like something that possibly we could do in-house. I just don't, I'm concerned with why we need this. I know it's nice to have money from other sources, but why do we need to spend $60,000 if I think we all believe we just need a roundabout there?
I think we looked at a signal. Signal did not warrant, it did not, initial didn't warrant a signal. So roundabout what did work and eliminated of the, I think it was, 90 plus crashes or something like that, eliminated left turns and stuff that we had in there. But, of the public input that we had at the time through the comment cards and things and discussions, that's, grassroots wise, that's kind of where a lot of this came from.
Could we hold a neighborhood meeting and see if everyone wants a roundabout and just move to a roundabout? Or
I mean, you could do it again, yeah. I mean, and I will say, part of getting to this, it could be that, you have, this public engagement portion with advertisements up and down the corridor, yeah, I think if, speeding wise, you are, from Ferry to Bay is a long distance. I don't know, even if it's just a straight shot, I don't think you're going to see any slow down portions between that in that residential area, which has been the primary focus.
Councilman Jeter.
Yeah, I was going to say, share the same sentiments as you. When you see a government study that costs a lot of money, your first is like, wow, we can just build a sidewalk for that. But I think it came back, I was at the Tijuana Flats meeting, and there was 60, 70, decent turnout, whatever happened to be there. But it came back as that being one of the most dangerous intersections, non-stoplight in town, because of the way the angle of Ferry comes up in Hollywood. So I think it turned into a roundabout, which then also turned into just like, kind of like we're doing to Landing. If you're doing this parking lot, it makes sense to kind of do the one next to it. So it's kind of the same philosophy. There's double the golf carts in that neighborhood now than there were just a few years ago. There's double the e-bikes, double this. So if you just do a roundabout and you don't have a safe route to the park down the road, and then the geometry, like you said, changing the speeding. So I get why it's all grouped into one. I think it should be grouped into one. They're doing the same thing over on Santa Rosa Boulevard on the island, because there's tons of studies out there to show over time that these 4-lane straight paths turn into drag strips. Whether you're on a golf cart, a motorcycle, a car, a bike, it turns into a drag strip, and it's extremely dangerous. So I thought we were attacking all this from the safety side, from the roundabout all down, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, it's needed.
Councilman DeBerry, or Councilwoman DeBerry.
Yeah, does the study, does that include repaving Hollywood, because it needs repaving badly?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. It would, well, I mean, it would be design plans to do that, but yes, he wouldn't leave it in the same condition.
Councilman Schmidt.
And I was actually going with that same direction, because I think that helps us better understand what our objective is. We kind of clarified from a safety standpoint, Councilman Jeter, just, discussions about 4 into 2, what that does from traffic calming. But if we were to pave, let's say if we were to continue to keeping it 4 lanes and pave it, there's still going to be a cost, obviously, to pave the 4 lanes.
Correct.
Or if we change it to 2 lanes and there's some multimodal or some paths. Either way, if our objective is to provide a better road product and pave it, and while we're doing this, yes, there's some cost to these new safety designs or safety features. But I guess what I'm getting to is if we are paving it, that was going to be my question. And if we are paving it, does this design product include the design and the cost for what they would need to pave the product? This scope right here is including with the 4 to 2 lanes, the roundabout. This is a box that we can check to go to the next task order of paving it. If it's
yeah, so it would be a shovel.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. At the end of the day, you're gonna have design plans that just say we're gonna give 2 lanes. The lanes that remain, we're gonna end up milling those. So at the end of the day, you're gonna have a brand new looking road out there. Okay. Design plans will have, basically you'll do some kind of surface treatment to the lane that stays.
And maybe it's, to answer your question, it's not a study, it's actually a finished shovel-ready project.
Gotcha. That does help. Thank you so much.
To the detail needed for bid.
Because the cost does bring up a good point with the email, the correspondence that that it's a very good question. And I think I'm trying to better understand, as well as correspond to communicate with those that are also interested in the cost, that those who have driven down Hollywood east of Eglin Parkway will agree that it needs to be paved or resurfaced, which I think is a big part of this conversation, as well as the safety, but just the travel and just the impact that it does to vehicles going, even the speed limit down Hollywood and the bumps and those kind of things as well. But just wanted to confirm for the record that we were also making progressions towards paving it. So thanks.
Stress.
I'd like to clear up, I did go look at the short, midterm, and long-term, and it is their lane repurposing to the 2-lane roadway. I guess my question, looking at those again, would be, where are we at on the short-term and the midterm improvements? I mean,
It's a good question. We just put in an order for our 5 feedback signs, I think on Smith, west of Hughes. There's another location on there. Those will be in, our staff will be putting those in. Signage wise, we did some signage work. I think we did some initial striping work. Percent complete wise, I'm not too sure, but we haven't reconfigured or don't have plans to reconfigure the intersection on Yacht Club yet. was shovel around, but we try to make as much progress as possible. I know everyone wants to see it tomorrow, but the stuff we had the budget for, you guys effectively approved in the neighborhood CIP for us to fund those improvements this year. It's a great thing. We were able to cut it running because, we can cover like one feedback sign, but like this case, we needed 5 or 6, which was roughly around $40K. So we were able to buy those, so those will be installed here shortly.
Gotcha. And I guess the last thing would be, just for clarification, it does not include design of any utility relocation. So when you're done with your study and we've got the feedback, community feedback, and you've got the construction plans, it does not include the cost of utility relocations.
Correct. Well, the design of that.
The design of that, right. So the design or the physical moving of any of those utilities is not included in your scope.
Well, yeah.
Right. So how does that get accomplished, Mr. Payne?
So like we're gonna probably be the biggest utility there, right? So water and sewer wise, we know, just to give you an example, we know where our stuff is. We have data, we've given it to HDR, might already have it through the DOT process, but basically that's overlaid on the plans. And if there's any conflicts, let's just say, I don't know, there's new storm drain or something over there, and those are identified, and then, basically we would have to get it out of the way.
Yeah,
but the intent is that we avoid where we probably, that's the first, we're going to avoid as much as possible, and then, limit the relocations.
So if, is it fair to say that if this recommendation passes tonight, would move forward with the $214,000? That's all. I guess this is another checkpoint for me. Nicole, is this money any relation to operations? Because those are the...
No, well, the 150,000 is budgeted already in the half-cent sales tax fund, which is not part of operations, but we will have to pull from half-cent fund ballots for the 64,000, which is also not a part of operations.
Okay. And I'm just going to have to, I'll have to ask that every time until I fully understand the operations and that. And just for clarifications, you did very well. It's no analysis. Nothing is happening west of Ferry in your scope, correct? There's no sidewalks. I had a citizen ask me today about sidewalks on the west side of that potential roundabout, but
the project technically starts just east of 85.
I read that, but then it said it doesn't include any. There's no work per se west of Ferry. It's Ferry East, right? That's what the whole...
Yeah, I think what we talked about is whenever we were just developing scope, the common sense why would be, it's going to be very hard to lane repurpose in the commercial zone, which is between Ferry and Eglin.
Right, yeah. I mean, it makes sense
to
me.
So your repurposing would be east of that.
Yeah.
But it's not just, that's what we do.
I got it. I had a citizen ask me, for those watching, it does not include reconstructing or reconfiguring the 4 lanes west of Ferry, correct?
Well, we have public engagement if it got into that, but I would think constructability-wise it would be difficult.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Josh Broke. I live off of Ocahatchee, so I feel like this road diet would directly affect me and my wife and my child. So had no intention of speaking tonight. We're here for a completely different matter. However, hearing about the public interaction initially, I've not received any word from the company doing the analysis about this. So piggybacking Councilman Meade, if the neighborhood were happen to be offered another opportunity to be involved, I feel confident that I could probably rally enough people to attend and potentially voice some more concerns, because I understand that this is just proposal of the dining plan, but I feel like this could potentially affect quite a bit of quality of life of people living on Hollywood Boulevard. The road geometry comment, I don't feel, and again, I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination, but just looking back at what just happened on Brook Street with the gentleman in the motorcycle, Brooks is an extremely curvy road, and that incident still managed to happen. So I don't think reducing the road at all would prevent speeding, right? And it's still going to be a straight road, people are still going to use it to exercise whatever hobbies they choose. However, with the amount of, just for example, lawn care vehicles that park on the side of that road, right, that we use the second portion or the inner lanes to kind of navigate around that, or the amount of trucks that require all 4 of those lanes to make a U-turn. All of that impacts people that live down there. And if we're shrinking that, that's just going to get worse. So again, not to say I have any more time, but if we were to rally the neighborhood, I feel like we could probably generate a little more interest and have a more in-depth discussion, because I feel like there might be a lot of people who weren't involved at all. That makes sense?
Sure.
So, all right, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I appreciate the feedback. Anyone else from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion from council on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like the motion to authorize the city manager to execute a task order with HDR in the amount of $214,824 for the design of Hollywood Boulevard.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Jeter, a second by Councilman Schmidt, to approve the task order, or for the city manager rather, to have authorization to execute the task order with HDR Engineering Incorporated of Pensacola, Florida, in the amount of $214,824. Any additional comments?
Just like to say, going forward, this is going to include more, like we've said, public engagement on, because he brought up some good points too. So, and us that live in that same neighborhood, we want to hear more feedback. We want you to be at the next event when this does get rolled out, so that we can hear, because everybody has a great idea, so we want to hear all of them. So this doesn't stop that from happening. This actually just takes us to the next step so that can happen.
Anyone else? Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, just echoing what Councilman Jeter said, to continue the public engagement, to continue to see this through, while also giving clarity to staff that supporting this to continue the progress so that we can hopefully put together a product that not only is safer for those that have had fatalities and lost their lives at that dangerous intersection that we got to take action on, as well as addressing some of the concerns that some folks have shared in the room. So that's why I will be supporting this with the continued public engagement, while at the same time we got to execute and develop something.
Councilman Smith.
Yeah, I'll be supporting it. I was actually at the kickoff meeting at the field complex, and it was kind of eye-opening. There's quite a few people there. I live in the neighborhood as well. Trying to get everybody in the same room to agree on the same things, kind of interesting. But I will say that, whatever is involved as you can be, or as involved as you want to be, we want you to be involved. And the general consensus in that room at that time was, 40, 50 people think that something needs to be done about that. I'd love for you to help, rally some troops and get them down there, because, we're just doing what we think is best up here based off the feedback that we get. So if there's, feedback on other sides and we can get together and find a way better through this, then every single one of us is going to be all for that. So from the standpoint that I saw, there was a lot of support for this, which is why I'm supporting it. As we go through it, there's more public engagement for us to continue to get some more support to determine how this should be designed one way or another. So I look forward to that and being part of that.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Meade.
I'm not going to support it. I agree with the proactive planning Councilmember Jeter referenced. There's a lot of pros on either side. I just feel like this is one of those studies where we're asking for a particular result, which is moving to a one lane, and I feel like we could just move directly to the roundabout. I wasn't at the place at Tijuana Flats. I wasn't there for that meeting, but I'd like to see us just move directly to a roundabout or some sort of other slow down if that's what's needed for that intersection. But I just don't believe that the overall study's necessary, but it's, I won't support it.
Just to clarify, it is the design, not just, it's not really a study.
Sure.
Just,
It's a shovel-ready design.
yeah, correct.
But, yeah.
Councilman Walker.
I'll echo Councilman Meade there for basically the same reasons. And, you know, when this study design is done and this money is spent, it's going to lead to the next, which is here are the documents, now go build it. And going from 4 to 2, you know, realigning all of that and everything. I don't think, Daniel, I don't think you'd take a guess at it, but I will. I mean, it's got to be a couple $1 million deal. Right, so, you know, we can look at it as $214,000 today, but I really look at it at $3,214,000 for a potential roundabout, which was identified as the problem as needing to save lives. The stuff up above it on the short term and midterm, they all looked reasonable and not very expensive, but right now a $3 million spend to achieve it is just a bit much for me, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this? I will add myself that, you know, I certainly understand the concerns that Councilman Meade has voiced and somewhat the concerns that Councilman Walker has voiced as well. I would typically always side in these situations with experts. I have my own thoughts and feelings about these roads, about what should happen. You know, for years I've sat over there and railed over and over about there needs to be a 4-way stop at Hughes and Ferry. You know, you have a 30-mile-an-hour road. We had a fatality on that road. A guy on a motorcycle was just screaming through there. There's no stop sign. And bam, he gets hit, you know, right out in front of my house by a girl that lived right across the street from us. You know, and that not only ended that gentleman's life, it wrecks the girl's life. That pulls out, you know, she looked both ways. Here's a motorcycle going 100 miles an hour. You don't see that in the second that you pull out. However, we did a traffic study, and that traffic study said it's not necessary, and it lists this reason, that reason, this reason, this reason. My reason seems very factual, right? That a motorcycle sped through here, there's no stop sign, and bam, someone's life is over, another whole family's life has changed. Things have happened that are beyond the control. Would that have stopped it? You know, I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that when you do a traffic study, they take into every factor, right? What's the speed going through there on average? How many cars are traveling through there? How many pedestrians are in the area? And then there's all kinds of other factors that I learned about that you don't even think about. If we put a stop sign in there, and now a little girl that's walking home from school thinks that, you know, she can just walk right by there because there's a stop sign. Well, meanwhile, Jim, who's not been in that neighborhood for 15 years, is now over there, you know, picking up somebody from the school or whatever. There's never been a stop sign there, so he just carries right through. There's so many different factors involved, and the emotion of things always leads you to believe that we should just take action and do this right away. But there's always other consequences to it. So I like taking the emotion out of it. I like taking the feel of somebody who doesn't necessarily have all of the information out of it and putting it in the hands of somebody who does have all the information, who will talk to the people, who will get the further engagement. So that's why I'll be supporting the motion. Let's please vote.
Can I say something, please?
Sir, we will have public comments as well here after these items are over, and I certainly would love for you to come up.
Vote or after the vote?
After this vote. We did have an opportunity for the, we did have an opportunity.
I understand that what we're voting until now.
We did have an opportunity for the public to speak.
I didn't understand.
I understand. And certainly this is not the end of everything. Okay, this is not the last time we'll hear about this.
Mr. Mayor, if the gentleman's got something to speak, maybe we can break protocol and let him come up. Is it about this subject matter?
Sure, come on up, sir.
We're committing the $200,000 now.
I'm sorry?
I suppose we're going to commit the $200,000.
If you could come up to the podium, though, we have to have your name and your address. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to, or we could provide a microphone to him.
That's fine. I'm Bob Reddy. I live at 317 South Circle. I use that intersection very frequently.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not sure if we're spending money, and I'm not sure we've looked at several alternative proposals. What might want, before we take a vote on this, go out with requests for proposals from various highway design engineers and see what they recommend, and not jump into a contract today.
And I do appreciate what you're saying. And we did put this out for bid to various contractors, right?
And I'm
Is
sorry
that
I'm
correct?
not informed, but.
No, it's fine,
but,
absolutely.
I think there are a lot of ways to consider, and I think the public meeting ought to come before we let the contract.
So it's not bid, piggyback off of Lewis County, CCNA consultant, you can't shop around the prices.
Sure, my mistake on that
Qualifications
one.
based, but that's.
All right, now let's vote. The motion does pass 5-2, which brings us on to item 13.3, task order for safe streets for all citywide safety action plan. I believe that's also, once again, Public Works and Utilities Director Daniel Payne.
Go from multiple meetings without anything to my show.
You're the star of the show tonight, sir.
Okay, is this the task order of the resolution?
Task order.
Okay, we probably should do the resolution first. Resolution, yeah, this kind of follows that.
Yeah, the action item for this falls under the resolution, really would need to be done first. We kind of bounce these up to the front, so.
10.1?
Yeah, so.
All right.
What number is that?
So we'll take a step back in tonight's agenda to item 10.1. Resolution 2024-17, a resolution to accept the U.S. Department of Transportation's grant for Safe Streets for All. Mr. Payne.
Okay, Daniel Payne, Public Works Utility Services Director. We know we've heard a lot about grants of different things, so we try to be cognizant of what's going on. We know we get solicitation emails and half are bogus and half are decent if that. We were recently made aware of the Safe Streets for All program from United States DOT about 2 years ago, right? The first round I was a little unaware of until I got myself educated, but the last year we realized, hey, it's probably something good that we would like to try to be a part of. Just a brief introduction on that program. It's the Safe Streets for All, Safe Streets and Roads for All program provides to local, regional, and tribal communities for implementation, planning, and demonstration activities as part of a systemic approach to prevent deaths and serious injuries on the nation's roadways. A net zero goal is what they have. It was created by a bipartisan infrastructure law, and that funding has been like $5 billion over the last 5 years. The funding helps communities address preventable crisis and deaths on our roads, streets, and highways through safer people, roads, and vehicles, speeds, and improved post-crash rates on that side. So in April of 23, we were basically notified that this thing was out there and it existed on this end. And after reading through, a lot of these grants that we get, there's very rarely any like full grant where there's not any skin in the game, you would say. Most of them, I would say 90% of them are 50-50. We match what they do on that side. This one piqued our interest too because it was a 80-20, right? So 80-20 federal government, 80% federal government, 20 city to be responsible for. Numbers looked favorable in our end on that end. So our general consultant at the time for transportation, Kimley Horn Associates, we asked them, since they were our preferred, they are our identified transportation consultant, hey, have you, what's going on with this? What have you done? And then I think actually they were the ones that said, hey, you want to take a look at this on that side. The SS4A, the Safe Streets for All grant program, starts off with a planning and demonstration type deal, which basically identifies a document, and then after that, these areas identified throughout that, we can go for funding in the future. But the first step is to get a planning and demonstration grant for a safety action plan through whatever area that you need. And I'll say on this one was a little past our heads. We utilized a grant writer through them to help us compete to get this thing. As good as we are in some areas, like we need some professional help to be able to put ourselves in good standing to try to get this, and we did. So we were awarded a planning and demonstration grant for a comprehensive safety study, safety action plan for the entire city, right? So I think those of us who've talked about neighborhoods down here, this would be the entire city. So we were, it's taken a little bit, but we were basically notified in December of last year that this was being awarded, and then we needed to get a grant agreement. The city accepts, and Ken Barnes can interrupt me if I'm wrong, takes a resolution for the city to accept a grant. So we had a grant work plan. We went back and forth through the months just trying to get this thing right. And we finally had it. And it was sent back to us here in October 15th. And before we did all this, we wanted to make sure we had a good idea on costs instead of, like we talked about before, we wanted something concrete beforehand, so we didn't say, hey, we requested this, now we're trying to backtrack into what we had. So that is a task order for the new one, but basically our grant amount is $292,000 from the federal government. That'd be the 80%. And then the city would be responsible for $73,000, which is 20% on that side. This is a comprehensive safety action plan, which would include leadership and goal setting, which would be an element that would be brought to you guys to support a net zero type deal. Planning structure, safety analysis, engagement and collaboration, equity, policy and process changes, strategy and project selections, progress, and transparency. After this is created, then we can go in through what those areas are identified for on the next round of grant, and then get an implementation grant to possibly pay for something like, you know, the Hollywood we talked about, or not, but other areas on traffic improvements without hitting our basically operational budget, which it seems like we're going to have to be more creative and do. So kind of a proactive approach on that. We have to complete the work this year, September 31st, 2025. Having said that, the item that we have on here is to respectfully recommend council adoption of the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement with US DOT accepting a maximum of $292,000 of the total project costs relating to the Safe Streets and Roads for All program, and authorizing the city portion of the project to $73,000 to be paid from the general fund on that side. So having said that, I'm open up for any questions. Travis, I think, you know, kind of rolled into that. Basically, this is done to put ourselves in a situation where we can go after some further funding after the results of this. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Questions for Mr. Payne? Mr. Berry?
Yes, I'm looking at 2.12. The total amount of the grant is the maximum of 365.
Yes.
With the US DOT responsible. The city would cover the initial cost and reimbursement. But then 2.13, the agreement specifies the work must be completed by September 21, 2025. I've never seen anything get done that fast. So.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good question. This is, you know, this is a plan. So this is a planning document. I know the favorite things of everybody on here, but basically, I think it's in the wheelhouse to start and get going and to be created in time to do so. It's not, you know, survey design, permitting, bidding, things like that. So everything can be done here as quick as we, basically once we got going on that side.
Well, that concerns me, because if we're gonna spend that much money, and then we don't get it done by, that's a year and a half. That's just coming up.
Correct.
I can't even get a bathroom done in 2 months, I mean.
Yes, correct. Yeah, and I will say, I don't want to do an extension, but
We can do
we
grant
can do
extensions.
grant extensions on that.
Yeah, well, I don't want to, that needs to be specified in the agreement, that date, that just, we're not held to it. Otherwise, we lose the money.
Right.
Any additional questions for Mr. Smith?
Just kind of correct me if I'm wrong, because this is kind of, like I said, new stuff that I heard at the TPO. We're getting this grant to create this master planning document. We cannot qualify for any of the $5 billion in grants that I guess that they're going to put out over the next 5 years without this document.
Correct. This is a good point. This is step one. We can't go from A to C. This is A that we have to check off first. And those areas identified is where you would go into the implementation grants at a future date.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker.
And to Ms. DeBerry's point, Ms. DeBerry, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, this money is for the plan to come together by that time. That's all, right?
Correct.
It's an action, it's a $365,000 action plan. You also touched on that, I guess it was just a little confusing to me on the wording of the, where was it? The 292 plus the 73, and then it says the city will be reimbursed for those fees listed. Are we gonna be reimbursed for the 73?
No.
No.
Okay, and that's where I was, because the grant said 365 total. And so I'm like, okay. And they're getting 292.
Believe it or not, this comes up a lot, and the wording is always correct. The grants for so they will reimburse a maximum of $292,000. That's it. So that is their 80% that they will, best case scenario on that. So because of that, we would be on the hook for the 20 would be 73,000, which would be non-reimbursement. But I think it's important to say, just like all grants, we take these in and they're all, no one pays anybody for us directly, right? They want us, they're all front loaded, like we have to pay these, whether it's a consultant or whatever, to be a part of the grant, we gotta pay, and then we show compliance and get reimbursement. That's just how they all work on that side. So we gotta carry the full 365, but we would get, basically 292,000 back.
Did you say the grant total was $5 billion is what they're looking at for infrastructure?
I do believe it was $5 billion over 5 years.
But that's in the entire U.S.?
Correct.
So, we're going to get a $365,000 master plan with all these recommendations for safety, and some might be inexpensive, signs here and red light there, stop sign there, right turn sign kind of stuff, but there might be some bigger things, I guess, too, huh?
It'd be bigger things that we would before, I think. Yeah, if anything's just adding a stop sign. But that's a good question. It's a good question.
It is, again, we're spending $73,000 from the general fund, and it's to spend future money. Hopefully we get some grant, and I guess 80/20 is pretty much the standard for this SS grant.
For this is what we've seen, yeah. I would say all grants, no. Usually all grants and stuff, even when we go with legislative requests, the best we get is like 50-50. Very rarely is anything that I've ever seen just say, hey, here you go, full reimbursed.
Gotcha. Last question, the $73,000, Nicole, that is general funds, so that is operating expense
It's
category?
operating expenses, but it's an exception in the charter amendment because it's a grant and grant matching. So it's not included in that.
Gotcha, thank you.
Mr. Smith.
What assurances from you guys do we have that this can be completed by the deadline?
Sure. So, to Councilwoman Barry's point, there can be extensions, and through this SSROI program that we've been working with a lot of municipalities all over the state, plenty of those have been granted, and through, Daniel mentioned how long and tedious the process of getting the grant agreement arranged with FHWA was. So that initial September deadline was something that we probably concocted 6 months ago. And it just didn't get updated through that process. But because they know that they grant the extensions pretty much as needed, that's where they don't bother updating it when we get to this final point. In terms of us completing it by then, we can certainly do that. Ken Horn has oodles and oodles of resources, lots of people that do this work all over the state. The biggest deadline, as far as I see it, is making sure that we're done before March of 2026, when the next implementation funds will be available through the grant program.
So one more question. Just out of curiosity, if that was the case, then I'm assuming you guys would have no problem ensuring that if we didn't make the deadline and the city had to come out more than $73,000 and we missed out on the grant, that you guys would waive that.
I don't like the word ensure, but we can do everything in our power. We can work with the FHWA to get that extension as needed. Also, important to note, you get reimbursed throughout. So when we send a monthly invoice for our work, you'll get reimbursed as we go. So the city will not be accruing a full $365,000 over the course of the project. They'll accrue a monthly invoice worth, call it, if it was 10%, call it $36,000, and they'll get that back with each submission.
So no, you guys won't ensure that
I can't
if it's not done, then you won't guarantee the money?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Not that business.
I've never worked in anything where we've never gotten a grant extension.
I'm not saying you don't get one. I'm just getting to it before it could potentially happen. And if I can get them to say, yes, they're going to cover it, then that's better for our taxpayers here.
I would very much aim to complete the study by then. I'm really passionate about this work and excited to get started. Daniel mentioned that we kind of run to him and said, I really think you ought to do this. This is 5X on city money to get a safety study. It's a lot like the neighborhood study that we did do in Ferry Park and what we did in Kenwood before that. It's a lot like that, scaled up, reaching out to all of our neighborhoods, all of our communities. Significant public engagement, like we mentioned before, with these other projects. But yeah, just not the business of ensuring or promising, guaranteeing money.
Anyone else questions? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, any motion to be taken by the council?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to execute a task order with Kimley Horn and Associates of Panama City Beach for the amount of $365,000 for the creation of a citywide action plan via the piggyback clause from the Okaloosa County Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilman Jeter to accept staff's recommendation and accept this grant situation.
Did you all approve the resolution yet?
That's what we're on
That's
right
what we're
now.
on right
Okay, I
now.
thought you did the task order.
This is just.
Oh, am I reading? Oh, no, I am reading
I
I did read the task order.
So if you do the resolution first, then the
Just
task
approve resolution 2024-17.
Yeah.
Easy.
Second.
A motion by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve resolution 2024-17 to accept the U.S. Department of Transportation grant for safe streets for all. Any further comments?
Yeah, pretty simple. I mean, we got to spend $73,000 to create a master plan to be able to get in the pool to ask for $5 billion that's going to be out there for every municipality and government in the whole country to get. I think that we'll get a return on our investment on this. I wish you would guarantee it, but in light of that, I believe that we should still move forward with it.
Councilman Walker.
Minor point of clarity, we're spending $365,000 because it's all our money. $73,000 local and $292 federal, which we pay that as well through the Department of Transportation.
Our budget here
I got you.
at the city of Fort Walton Beach is not
Yes.
that.
Anyone else? I'd like to express thanks to Kimley Horn as well for alerting our staff of this. That's the kind of way I perceived that this went. Good to have relationships like that, and sincerely do appreciate you looking out for our taxpayers like that. Seeing no other comments, let's vote. The item does pass 6-1. So that moves us back in the playbook here. I believe to item 13.3, the task order for Safe Streets for All, the citywide safety action plan. Mr. Payne.
Yeah, so instead of a dual item, it's just resolution and action item. But yes, this is the task order for the actual work. We saw the grant. We just procedurally wanted to accept the grant before we accept authorization to do the work. That's why. But obviously, I'm not going to rehash most of the stuff on there. But basically, the task order is to break up and to do the items that are required in that action plan that you approved previously. And, a lot of it is going to be council involved too that's in there. So we're going to ask you guys to help, for some of that, for some of those identified items that we have, at least for like 1 and 2, but, and then as well as 4. But having said that, this is for the consultant to do the work to prepare this document and then be in lockstep with what we need to do to put ourselves in the best shape and form to go after some of these areas that are identified as hazards.
Thank you, sir. Questions on this item for Mr. Payne? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, do we have any action from this board on this item?
Mayor, I will make a motion to execute a task order with Kimley Horn and Associates of Panama City Beach, Florida, in the amount of $365,000 for the creation of a citywide safety action plan via the piggyback clause from the Okaloosa County Board of Commissioners.
Second. A motion made by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilman Jeter, to approve the task order for the Safe Streets for All citywide safety action plan in the amount of $365,000 with Kimley Horn. Any further comments? Seeing none, please vote. And this motion does pass 6-1. That moves us on to action item 13.4, a lease agreement for the TrackMan Golf Range radars and the corresponding presentation from the other group wishing to do business here in the city.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, as you guys recall, on the in September meeting, we had made a presentation on the city operating. The city's got a driving range out there, the Fort Beach Golf Club, 36-hole facility that is used by people of all ages there. The TrackMan proposal that was brought forward was something to enhance the golf course. We've recently added a new ball machine out there and extended the hours at the golf course about probably 10-15 hours a week, which will generate quite a bit of money there. At the September meeting, Councilman Smith made a motion to table it for 60 days to allow the other group to put a proposal together, which is about this time. That's what we moved it to December. So staff is still recommending moving forward with the TrackMan radar system at the golf course. The main thing is to be able to utilize the grass that's out there, be able to utilize the full range up and back, moving up to the very front tees and the back tees. But I do know the other group in the council chambers tonight has put a proposal together as well.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Questions for Mr. Peters about this before we move on to the other group's presentation? Seeing none, we will certainly welcome the other group here with a competing interest to step up to the podium and make a full presentation to the council and the public. Please just do introduce yourself before you speak.
Hi, my name is Terry Atkinson. I live in Shalimar, and I'm a member of the course. My wife is as well.
Hi, my name is Jeff Shook. I'm a resident of Lexington, Kentucky. Owned a driving range there for, since 11 years. Also own property in Destin, Florida.
And I'm Matt McGee, 259 Yakima Drive, president of Fulton Beach.
Okay, so we don't have it on. Is it okay if we do a handout?
Oh, absolutely.
approval. So, I guess essentially what we're proposing is comparable but slightly different option for the football beach driving range. So essentially what we would be looking at would be putting a permanent, so this group investing in with cooperation from the city and the golf course, as well as the operator of the restaurant, to put in a facility to essentially kind of create like a Topgolf-like experience at the football beach. So as a range operator, I've done similar in Lexington, Kentucky. It's a proven model. You guys have a facility up in Crestview that has a similar top tracer range. So if you want, we can just kind of go through and just I can kind of walk through kind of the basics of what the proposal, and certainly be here to answer any questions. Sure. So what Jeff, the city is proposing is TrackMan. What we're looking at is Top Tracer, basically two competing technologies that do a very similar thing. Like a Ford versus Chevy, they both have their advantages and disadvantages. I will say, Top Tracer by far the largest. It's owned by the same company that does Topgolf. And the main difference being, as you'll see kind of going through here, it's a little bit more entertainment focused. So more inclusive to kind of all of the community. TrackMan is kind of the premier radar system for serious golfers, and it's kind of geared into that market for the serious golfer. So the kind of first page just talks in general about what the proposal is, putting in the coverage structure, as well as a number of other improvements that the city and Jeff and Jacob have already started. We just would envision kind of continuing that. The use of improved golf balls, better turf, improved range equipment, which is already in place. Just a continued investment in the grass tee area. So, and I think the important piece, and kind of go to the picture, is that this structure would be a 15-bay structure that would sit on the back of the driving range, so it would really have essentially no negative impact on the grass tee. So in other golf courses that have implemented this, typically the grass tee is utilized in the morning for kind of the serious golfer as they're warming up for their round, and then more in the afternoon and evening when it becomes more entertainment focused. Folks that are going out who want to just have fun, do a simulated golf round at a famous course like Pebble Beach that you could do. Then you begin to move the customers back to the back part of that structure. In this proposal, we would look at putting a net that would go down the middle of the range, so that it would still utilize the left side for the grass tee area that would be available, kind of all day. But as you get into the afternoon, the evening, then really that becomes more of your entertainment focus. You got folks coming out that are wanting to use a lot of first-time golfers, a lot of folks that maybe not even be golfers that are coming out thinking about kind of that Topgolf-like experience, kind of partnering with the food and beverage. Any questions or we go through here? Shows just kind of the bottom shows just some of the renderings of what this building would look like. These are, at many other golf courses, many other driving ranges. This page here just kind of shows some of the advantages, disadvantages of what a kind of a mobile-only system brings versus a monitor and a structure brings. So, both systems would allow full use of the grass tee, but the big advantages for the monitor and structure is you're opening it up to kind of more of the non-golfer. You've got a venue that's there for events, charity events, tournaments, leagues. You've got seating there that allows for it to be kind of an entertainment destination partnered with the food and beverage. And I guess,
it's a proven success. So like myself, that we put this in place in a range in Lexington, Kentucky. There's 400 other driving ranges or golf courses that have implemented this and have had success. So it's a proven model. The TrackMan mobile, just as mobile in general, it has a lot of limitations because essentially you're trying to do that experience but do it on your phone. So it's limited in terms of what you can do just from a game participation. Kind of if two folks are wanting to go out and try to do it together, it's just limiting. And unfortunately, there's just not a lot of ranges or golf courses that have had success with implementing a mobile solution.
Yeah, if I can just throw in a comment right quick. So my wife and I, we love the course from her. She's a member of the ladies golf thing on Tuesday mornings. And we've gone out a few months ago and we hit the golf balls, we go to the restaurant, we love the restaurant, we was having lunch, and I said, that's fun, I like working my game out there, but it's so limited as it is. And I said, it's nothing like Jeff's, because I also have a place in Lexington, I said, and I use his facility, and I said, it's not like Jeff's place where he's got the electronics that analyzes your scores, as well as he's got targets out there to hit at, and it's just such a much more fun experience. And she said, let's talk to Jeff about that, and that's how we got to talking, and I got him involved. He came out and looked at it and said, this is a great idea. And I know at about the same time the city started looking at another option. And I'm familiar with that option. I personally wouldn't use it. I love the one that we're proposing here as opposed to the other option. And it's just adds a lot to the experience at a range. I think it would drive up usage, and bring a lot of different people to the range that currently don't come. When I go to Jeff's place, you see 20-year-olds on dates hitting golf balls. You see families. You also see serious golfers, but it broadens the demographics of folks that use the range.
So I think and really not too much else. The only other, we did try, at our facility, we have both the mobile and monitor, and I've got a grass tee area that's probably as big or larger than what's at Fort Walton Beach. I really wanted it to make it work. We have a lot of customers that love the drive, and unfortunately, we just couldn't. It was just, as much as we wanted to get our customers to use it on the mobile phones, it was not something that we were able to do successfully. For the most part, we've moved back, we've used the monitors, we've put up a structure, and since then we've had a lot of success in just bringing new customers out to the range. So it's been fun to see, and we look forward to the opportunity to at least discuss this and have the opportunity to invest with the city and bring something like this to Fort Walton Beach.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board for Mr. Shunk, Mr. Atkinson, or Mr. McGee? Mr. Schmidt.
So just for clarity, what you're proposing is managing the whole range on both sides of the net divider, correct? Who, from a staffing perspective, how is that staffed? Or is there additional staff that y'all be bringing on? How does that work? I mean, as it's proposed.
Yeah, so I think we could be open to a lot of, certainly we would love to, work with the city, to work with the golf course. They have staff there who would, could work in a partnership to utilize that staff. We would probably have some of our own staff there that would do the picking of the balls, washing, getting the machine stocked, servicing customers. For the most part, if you've used the range, a lot of it isn't, there's not a lot of labor involved. Now, I will say, in the evenings, when you have more of the top tracer entertainment focus, then it becomes really the labor piece is probably supported by more of the food and beverage, having folks there to be able to wait on the customers from a food and beverage standpoint. So I think partnering with the on-site restaurant would be key as well.
And we have had discussions with the folks at the restaurant.
Okay, so no financial impact from an FTE standpoint in this proposal for the city. Just want to make sure. And then another question, if I can.
Yeah, go for it.
In this proposal, in this presentation that you shared, is there any request for capital for cost from the city?
No. We would take that on.
Yeah.
And just to kind of add here, that from a lease or revenue standpoint, it would be, you know, we need to understand more of the revenue that income being generated from the range of day. But our intention, from what we've understood so far, is that the model we would propose would provide an income that's comparable and hopefully some opportunity to go above what the city currently is making on the driveway.
That would be the goal.
If that makes sense.
Mr. G.
I love it. I love the technology, and I'm glad we're going to get it out there on the golf course one way or another, because it's definitely needed. We all love Top Golf, and it makes it, you know, family friendly. Going back to the grass question, that seemed to come up a lot with a lot of people, because you have avid golfers, whether it's school or whether it's adult. So the one that you all have now, you got rid of the grass, but is it on a golf course? Or is it just a range?
We did not get rid of the grass. Same thing. We put our structure at the very back of the range. We maintained 100% of our grass tee. And it's still, I would say, even with the improvements that we've made and new customers we've brought out, 65% of our customers still utilize the grass. So if nothing else, that area has actually grown, because a lot of times we'll bring new golfers out. They'll start out playing the technology, playing the game. As they get better, they want to graduate to grass and start, you know, kind of actually playing on the course. So you see that movement as people get introduced to the game.
All right, but is the one that you all have now in Kentucky, does it also have a couple golf courses on the property? Or is
No, it's a standalone.
So it's like Top Golf, it's just a...
Correct, sorry, yes.
Just a family fun driving range, it's not mixed in with a golf course. Do you know of any other ones that have done it and implemented it? You guys just have the one in Kentucky, right?
Correct.
And you guys kind of own that property, so this one kind of be new for everybody, jumping into kind of leasing something from, you know, drawing boundary lines.
I mean, there's a lot
FDOTs
of Top Tracer, of the 400 installations, there are quite a few of them that are on a golf course.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's situations, you know, when we're talking about where you're leasing, you know, kind of a private public partnership that we'll be talking about. That's probably.
And then I guess going into that and going forward, like I said, I love both technologies. I can't wait to see either one of them out there, but let's just hypotheticals here rolling out if we were to, you know, whether we're even picking one or not tonight, because this would have to go, we couldn't necessarily say we don't want to go this route, we want to go this route. If we want to lease out the driving range, what would that look like? What would?
Yeah, you'd have to send out an RFP because there may be 20 other organizations that would want to do that. And that's been my concern. You know, the city has the opportunity, with TDC funds that we get, that's tourism related dollars, the city can build and Jacob can speak as well. He's our golf club manager. Obviously, he spoke the last time. The city has the ability to build bays out there. We elected it not to kind of jump in with the radar system at the beginning, see how it goes, and then we talked about expanding inside the building or even building some bays on a portion of it on the driving range and adding to it, just depending on how popular it was. And the city makes about anywhere from $180,000 to $200,000 a year at the driving range. We've recently restructured our ball costs, and like I said a little bit earlier, we've added another 10 to 15 hours a week recently, so that'll be an additional revenue. It's open till 10 p.m. It used to be open till 7:30, so we'll draw additional revenue that way. The city has the ability. It's low maintenance. The new ball machine, we don't have a range attendant now. So the city has the ability to do all this. My main concern, and the golf club manager is leasing out a portion, the driving range at the city-owned golf club is something that's very concerning to us.
So I guess painting the same picture, you guys are saying we're kind of doing the mobile technology and your all's technology is better. And we have the choice
Jacob
to go up.
He did a lot of research on both of them.
Right.
And we looked at Top Tracer as well. We had Jacob, and he can come up and speak to this.
And I want to hear from Jacob too. I guess I'm just going big picture with it. It's like, man, I wish you guys were in here with this proposal on 2, 3, 4, 5 acres somewhere else, because it'd be like 100% for it, and I'd be 100% for that out there. The fact that it sounds like both of you guys were kind of, hey, I'm out there and they're thinking about doing this, we can do it too. I hate that we're kind of, competing together when we're really not. We're all just golfers that love the technology that are trying to, but at the same time, when I close my eyes and go, okay, my short time in government, here's what I think would happen. We have the chance to implement this now, or we say, hey, this is great too. Maybe we should go this route. Let's wait and see and hear from others. And I think it turns into a year from now we're still in here talking about it, taking proposals, and we didn't really go anywhere, whereas we have a chance to go and I'm not saying go somewhere now tonight and not you guys next month. I hate that we're kind of in the same, bag, and we're really trying to accomplish the same thing, and it looks like we may already be going down that road as opposed to, hearing other options. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can speak to it quick.
Yeah.
I think that one of the, well, obviously the difference now is that we're offering this solution right from the beginning, and it's, at zero cost to the city, with us also, paying fair market value for the implements that they've already spent, such as the ball machines and things like that. So we're assuming all the risk of the project, and giving the city, the same revenues that they're planning or expecting to get with the track plan proposal, if not better. From a money standpoint, you've got someone that's willing to invest a bunch in the city to provide a much better experience now. From a standpoint of working through city government, I'm not, a politician by any means. But, my point is, the best solution for us would be to, get with Jeff and Jacob and say, hey, you guys run the golf course like this. Let's see how we can operationally make this work. I believe in the city of Crestview leases their range. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that top tracer range is leased from them. So we could, easily just pick the phone and talk to Tim Duke about that. There are several ranges around the country that do this, and some of them are publicly owned and some of them are privately owned, but I think that the implementation of something like this is, from a group who's willing to take all the risk on it, is hugely valuable for our, local citizens and residents. That, it gives another outlet for a better quality of life. It gives another outlet for, people to engage in the golf. It gives an outlet for that facility we have over there to become like a country club kind of environment where it is used as a central, recreation point by the city. The technologies can both go both these ways. And if the city wants to spend the money and take the risk, that's the city's, deal. But I think from a business perspective, if I've got someone who's wanting to spend the money and take the risk and give me the same amount of money that I'm expecting to earn, that seems like a pretty decent business deal to me. But I just from if the city wants to embrace it and take on and do the whole thing on their own in that manner, I think that's amazing. But we can sit down. But what was proposed was a solution that was geared towards just the golfers, where it has a very low adoption rate, but you're using that as a way to increase the ball cost. But the people that are there's not really a bunch of value add to that ball cost, because the people aren't using the technology. It's just an excuse to pay for it. And so, you have that $60,000 that you're sinking into it, but you're also not providing that value. Just your normal players are the only ones that are going to still be out there, and they're just going to have to pay more to be there.
I can just speak for myself as an avid golfer for about 40 years. I would not use TrackMan, so I would use Top Tracer. And I'm a member of the club, but I wouldn't use TrackMan.
Why?
The mobile phone, taking it out, the glaring sun, I don't like it. I like sitting in a bay and hitting my golf ball and the screen telling me you hit it, or whatever.
But does that have, Jacob, does this technology, will it be able to do that, what they're saying? Will TrackMan be able to have a bay and have a screen as well, or is it mobile?
We could add that on later on, yeah, depending on how.
That's one of the things we wanted to do when we jumped into this, and I've had 15 people over the last 5 years that said, man, if y'all ever want to lease out the driving range, we can make a killing out there. And that's when we hired Jacob, he said, hey, we need to jump on, we need to do this. We want to enhance the experience of the golf course. So we said, hey, let's start, with TrackMan's radar system. You don't have to use it. You can go out there and still hit balls like normal. But if you want to use it, it enhances a golf club. You can get in as deep as you want. You can put bays in the TVs and even move the stuff inside as well and have stuff out there. So there's a lot you could do. And my recommendation to Jacob at the beginning was, hey, let's kind of come in at a basic level and kind of initiate this into the city and at the golf course and
you know, we can grow as it grows with the public. So, and Jacob can probably speak a little bit more of the details of that. on that.
Yeah, and it can be added on later. The only thing with hitting with the screen there, the screen is permanent. So you've got to be there on the mats. And a lot of avid golfers don't like hanging off mats. I teach people to play golf. There's a lot of people that I give lessons to that I say, hey, if you're going to go somewhere and practice, because of the way you're swinging right now, I do not recommend you hitting off a mat because you're steep, you're going to hit it, the club's going to bounce off, and you're going to think you hit it well, whereas if you're in grass, you would hit it fat and lay the sod over the golf ball. So there's definite differences to hitting off grass and hitting off a mat. And when you're installing permanent screens, you're tied to that mat right there by the screen. So.
And I guess to follow up on that, so one, we're kind of diving in head first saying it's going to work whether who does it or not. We're kind of doing more than get your feet wet. 2 years from now, we could go back and add that technology if we wanted to, or we could never add that technology if we wanted to.
Exactly.
Got it.
Councilman Smith.
I know that there was some discussion last time about, local sports teams and kids and middle schools and high schools and stuff like that using the golf course and being concerned with tournaments and everybody out there. I'm assuming, judging by where the bays are, that's not going to be a problem. We're going to be able to use the full amount of grass. So I guess the next question that rolls into that is when there are scheduled middle school and high school golf tournaments and stuff like that, how does that flow with what you guys are doing out there if they need to warm up? How does that whole programming work, I guess?
Yeah, and so it's the same, we have I don't want to say the same problems, I think the same opportunity. We at the driving range, we have Lexington, we support 3 public high schools as well as 3 private high schools. We make our range available at a very discounted rate. In some cases, for some of the public schools, we make available for free. When we have those opportunities to have those kids out, we just shut down the bays. Because generally the high schools, the coaches are going to want their players hitting off grass. So it's just something to work around. For us, it's kind of a win-win because those same high school kids, you know, my son was a high school player. They love to come back with their friends and their family. They come back and play games, and so it's a win-win. But yeah, you work around that because it's the right thing to do, and it helps out those events.
Thank you.
Additional questions, Mr. Walker?
Yeah, just trying to get a picture of the two and understanding how it all came together, or in this case, didn't come together. Jeff, Trackman is something that would be ran by the city.
Yes.
And the cost is $3,925 per month. There's $47,100 is the cost of the machine, and then there's the servicing of it by your crew out there, the city crew and whatnot. You mentioned that leasing out city property was a great concern, and it's been a while since I've been out there, but the food services inside there, I mean, they lease space from the city there, right? I mean, the city doesn't provide all the food services out there, correct?
Yeah, if we would have to hire 20 employees. We don't currently have anybody that now. We used to have a range attendant out there, but with the new machine that's card swipe, there's no cash and stuff involved in that. The lights are on a timer.
I was just talking mainly, I was trying to understand, because the business concept of it from both the private ownership of the things out there, but if I understand right, there's no cost to taxpayers. You guys do all the structuring, you maintain it, you service it, so you would be relieving labor from the city budget. You'd not be charging us anything for the...
Small amount.
You wouldn't be would you basically be leasing the entire, I mean, you just lease the range from the city, correct? You just lease the range, pay us a monthly, and then plus a portion of proceeds yet to be determined. And I guess the last question and I think I understand it, it just didn't go out for RFP because the city's planning would prefer to do it themselves as opposed to putting it out to a private.
We don't have any personnel that works at the range.
I'm not even necessarily talking, I mean, whether it's the cleaning the balls, picking up the balls, something's going on out there, but there is a a monthly lease of the equipment, and it doesn't come with the bays, which may or may not be a good idea, depending on, I think I would like the bays as opposed to the sun, but it sounds like there's options with not bays too, so you get bays and non-bays hitting to the range, is that correct?
Correct.
You know, from a business perspective, if we were the business guy, we were having somebody come propose us, I don't know what your numbers are, I don't know what the, you know, I don't see a financial proposal here from you, as we have one from the city, 47,100 plus maybe some other minor cost or labor servicing those things or whatever else, but I like these guys. I mean, I like the idea of private business leasing the space, providing income to the city, with the city having no responsibility to maintaining the structure, the equipment, or personnel, or the balls, or the machines, or anything else. So I really like it, and I know RFP is what you had mentioned, but if we could get a proposal from you guys that's like a financial, this is, you know, nice and pretty, and like the Councilman Jeter said, I think it's going to be great out there, but the financial side of it to me just sounds really good from you guys proposing to the city, taking on all of that without any cost, so it's good to me.
That's right. We want to, you know, absorb the cost of the maintenance and all the capital improvements and everything. Our goal would be for us to work with the city staff. You know, it's kind of how you guys would like to do it. If you want us to be a standalone entity and we do everything in standalone, we can do that. You know, we think because it's a public course, it's in our interest to work with Jacob and Jeff, you know, because we need to coordinate tournaments and schedules and all those sorts of things. So we would, you know, the preference would be for us to work with the city to figure out the operational piece of it and come back and say, hey, you know, here's what the revenue should be after, you know, getting some intel from Jeff, and then here's what the operational side could look like in a city partnership, you know, or if you guys would prefer, we can just make it standalone and it's a lot cleaner. But since we are trying to, you know, serve the greater good of the citizens and as a public course, you know, we would like to, you know, work hand in hand with Jacob and Jeff and make sure that it's a smooth operation and doesn't, you know, let anybody down. None of the stakeholders feel like they've lost out on something.
Sure, thank you. And Jeff, I guess the final on the RFP request, if it's not possible, obviously the city's got their proposal here. If it's not possible, that we engage them in a discussion to review their contracts, and that's that. If it has to go out for RFP, I think we only stand to benefit the taxpayers more. I don't know if there will be others that show up here with another system or whatever else, but at least we up here as a group will look at a 47.1 plus its revenue versus 0 and your revenue, and then maybe some other third competitor comes in and wants to compete with you guys. I think we owe it to citizens to either engage directly with you guys being local and preferred, or we go out for RFP. I'm fine with either one. I know we can implement it right now, but I don't know if it's urgent that we get either one of you in there ASAP. I'd like to see you ASAP, but.
Yeah, we welcome the opportunity to come in with a full proposal with finances.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions for the group or for Mr. Peters?
Yeah, just for clarification, the 47.1, the range would increase costs on the balls to cover that cost, so it wouldn't be any increase to the city.
A revenue stream.
The city would make additional revenue and make all the, like I said earlier, we make $180,000 to $200,000 a year and expect to generate with additional 15 hours a week plus the increase of the range balls, the TrackMan. There was 10,000. I think there was $10,000 worth of range balls. Yeah, and other things. So, and again, it's a city golf course that's operated by a golf club manager, and the range goes hand in hand with the golf course is why it hasn't been done before. And like I said, I've had many people over the last year say, if you ever, you know, I'd love to jump in on that.
I'd love to see all those people that you've heard from. I'd love to see them bring us something and let us go, man, we turned an expense into a revenue. That would be a bigger revenue.
Is it an expense out there right now, or is it making money?
No.
There's not. There's not, the overhead is very, very minimal. I mean, the golf balls would have to be picked up anyway, and the range would have to be mowed regardless of who's out there. With the new ball machine, we don't have a range attendant out there. There's lights that would still have to be on, and yeah, it's very, very minimal.
So it's making money now, and really, if we come back to a proposal and look at this, or you go out to RFP, say it's you and 2 or 3 more, then we're also gonna be going at projections, because we just got Jacob in here who's new and breathing a lot of life in the golf course and doing great stuff. But my thing is, they're gonna say, hey, well, we can do this. And we're gonna be saying, well, we think we can do that too, because we just now started the same technology, or want to start the same technology. So we're still gonna be back to kind of competing. It's not like we're gonna say this is gonna be a lot better than, it's gonna be better than what we've had out there the last 5 years, but we haven't done what you're wanting to do in the last 5 years. So it's kind of,
Let's get another
man, I wish it
question.
was on another product.
Just
Sorry,
one
sorry to
one
interrupt.
final comment if I can. So,
Well, we have some more questions for you as well, so I'm sure you'll be able to answer them. Mr. Meany.
I think the technology sounds great. It sounds similar, but regardless of which direction that we choose to go to council, what I want to see is a price to the users, to the public, to the taxpayers, which is what this golf course is all about. It's not about us. It's not about a company making money. It's not about a parks department making money, not making money. It's about the folks that are using it. So regardless, I want a price on what the proposals are from both either the city and or another business or an RFP, and a commitment within that for what they'll stay in the future. So I think that's vital that we don't do a public-private partnership, and then the ones that we're trying to provide a service for, we can price them out of the market. So whatever we result with today, I want to know what those prices are going to be going forward to make sure that we don't cut our folks out of the equation, which is why it's there.
That would be a question, Mr. Shuck, if you have an answer to that, as far as, would you be willing to provide that in a proposal?
As far as price point, yes. I mean, I think that's something that's a reasonable request. We could certainly look at the example, my business, the other top tracer ranges, and what's out there. And there is, so we're talking TrackMan, Top Tracer, right? It's 2 brands. I wouldn't get too hung up on the differences. They're both very good brands. I think the difference is a technology that you use on your phone, that you bring out there and that you have to try to use to play a game, versus a system that has seating, monitors, TVs, the whole entertainment aspect. That's really the difference that we're bringing, not so much the technology. If the city were going to go to the mobile route, I would just, if I was in your shoes, before I spend that money, I would ask to see, just like you're asking us, I would ask to come with testimonials from places that have implemented mobile and have been successful. Because I think the reality is they'll be hard to find. I tried it, and I talked to, when we do these community calls with 400 other range owners, there's a lot of folks that are out there trying to do the mobile, and it just doesn't work. So before you go and spend that money, I would recommend to find some testimonials from some golf courses that have implemented a TrackMan mobile and have had success.
Okay. I certainly appreciate y'all's presentation and answering all the questions. Jacob, I thank you for being here as well. I'd like to hear from the public. We'd like to hear from the public as well. If there's anyone in the audience that wishes to comment on this item before the council makes any kind of action on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, anyone from the council wish to make a motion one way or the other to direct staff on this item?
I'll make a motion to direct staff to issue RFP for services at the driving range.
Second.
A motion made by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Walker, to direct staff to issue a RFP for services at the driving range. Mr. Smith.
I want to make very clear, this is not a commitment that we are going to go that route. But your presentation, it makes a lot of sense from a business aspect for me, so I would like to see more. And I know numbers are going to kind of get us there. So, if it's an RFP, we won't be seeing RFPs out here and talking about this for a year. I think we can get an RFP back in 60, 90 days max, and I don't know that it's imperative that we have to approve TrackMan tonight. The golf course has been there for, God, I don't know how many years, so I don't know, another 3 months of implementing TrackMan. If we don't go the public-private partnership route's really going to kill us one way or another. So I would just like to see our options that we have and the availability of what's out there and gather all the information so I can make the correct decision moving forward that I think is in the best interest of the city and what we hear from our residents of what they think is in the best interest of the city.
Mr. Walker?
I've never been to one of the Top Golfs. I've seen them. They look really nice and neat and entertaining, and the structures over them is inviting. And to think that there's that side of the range as compared to the other side of the range that is just straight traditional, and it's being ran by a private organization, revenue sources for us, and you guys take on the capital expenses. I love it, but yes, there's others out there. I look forward to seeing those in the RFP.
Anyone else wish to speak on this motion? Mr. Jeter?
Yeah, I'm not going to support it. I think it's the wrong route to go for our local golf course, but I am interested in seeing the RFP and what comes back and what it says. Maybe not, but I just think that we're already headed in the right direction and doing the same technology in-house, and you're not going to run into anything a year or two from now, whether it's done or not done, or going back and forth with schools and everything else like that, like you can do. I just, again, wish that they had this proposal for another property because I do love it. I just don't think it's the right fit for Fort Walton Beach Golf Course, just like it may not be the right fit for other golf courses. But I do love the technology, but I'm not going to support the motion.
Anyone else? Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation and understand the concerns that Mr. Peters and staff has about not only the efforts that's been put into this, Jacob, and to get us to this point, but also sensitive to some of the interests that, because of the city wanting to make TrackMan a thing in progress, it's developed an appetite to get us to this point where we hear a proposal. So I'll continue to keep an open mind through this process, and I'm always going to lean more towards the competitive route, the competition, and like Mr. Peters mentioned, if there's other competitors out there that are wanting this space, let's see what kind of value, what kind of experience we can create for the end user without committing anything at this point except for committing to supporting the motion of having an RFP. I look at this very similar to the old field office where we had competitors in here that were wanting to do an RV park and a car dealership as well as the rec center expansion. We have a piece of property that has gauged an appetite and gauged some interest from both the city as well as outside sources. So I'll support this motion.
Anyone else wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, we'll have a vote. And it does pass 6-1. That moves us on to item 13.5, a request for a major development order for Bayside Breeze Development at 25 Robinwood Drive Southwest. For the first time tonight, Mr. Chris Fassetti.
Thank you, Chris Fassetti, Growth Management Director. So this is a request from the Fort Walton Beach Housing Authority for the beginning of their redevelopment project at Charlotte Hill Terrace, just kind of up the street here. As you may recall, there was some discussion on this general project over the last year or two regarding the workforce housing funds and that program, and that's really kind of why we're here tonight. There's a few items that trigger a major development order versus an expedited development order, and one of those is if the project is going to have a development agreement. In this case, because they are interested in going after those workforce housing funds that the city has available, that would trigger the development agreement request. And so in that case, their development order process has gone through and is in front of you all tonight as a major development order. So this request has gone through the staff review with the city development review team, and staff does find that it meets all the criteria in our land development code, as well as comprehensive plan to be approved. So this project is a 100-unit senior living facility. The official address is 25 Robinwood Drive Southwest. This is the easternmost furthest back portion of the property off of Robinwood Drive. And so, like I said, this has gone through the review process. I did want to note there was a variance regarding the distance from the northernmost property line there. We do have height compatibility standards in the code, and so this project, as proposed, was going to fall within that. There's a 100-foot buffer when buildings are taller next to smaller properties, smaller units, and in this case it was single families to the north. And so it did go through the LPA. They did approve a variance request allowing this to be set back down to 40 feet off of there to make less than the height compatibility required. And so their plans were designed in accordance with that approved variance. And like I said, we do find that it does meet all of our code requirements. We have a couple of conditions for approval that I did just want to note here. One, that's a threshold building. As far as statutes and building code specify that certain buildings, in this case greater than 3 stories or 50 feet in height, go through an additional step of having a special inspector that has to basically be involved in monitoring the project during construction. We also noted that it is the property, portions of the property are within a flood zone. So we do have a condition just noting that, and that the elevation certificates and all those requirements will be required. And then also one last note or condition on the development order that any permit application submittals must be designed prepared with the current edition of the Florida Building Code in effect at the time of the permit submission. They have also submitted their permit plans, which are currently in review as well concurrently through this process. I know they do, the applicant does have some representatives here tonight as well, but with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's authorization for the mayor to execute the major development order for development of 100-unit senior living center located at 25 Robinwood Drive Southwest in accordance with our specified conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pressetti. Any questions on this item for Mr. Pressetti from the council, Mr. Schmidt?
About 6 months or so ago, we created some boundaries and regulations on how to use some of that money we had set aside for these type of projects. And help me remind me, where is this project using some of those funds?
The larger portion of the project, not this, so the development agreement, so this doesn't tie us to any financial obligation with those funds. The future phases are where that development agreement is going to be coming back in as they progress. This phase, and I can let them speak more into it, has been funded. They've received some funding allocations and things like that for sales tax credits and all, but that's to come.
So this, about 6 months or a year ago, we had a few applicants.
Yes.
And this right now is I guess this is the question.
Mm-hmm. This
is our only applicant at this point who has had an appetite and has continued to leverage those dollars.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Currently, right now, and it's out of your office, are you hearing from or meeting with any of those other applicants for some of this housing money that we've had set aside for going on 4 years?
So, it was February of this year is when the council did decide the allocation of it. So, we're going on close to a year there.
For the allocation side?
Yes.
But
the funding,
that,
yes.
We've had that housing money set aside by resolution.
May 24th, 2022.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah.
They have been in contact with us. However, they have not continued moving forward through the development order process.
So as this develops, unintended, is this, and if they do exercise some of those funds that we've set aside for these type of projects, if everything that was allocated towards them according towards the ordinance that we've created, how much of that money would be remaining outside of these applicants?
It's approximately 400,000 or so.
That would be outside of, that would be, let's call it, left out there still unspent.
Yes, maybe slightly more than that, but ballpark, somewhere $500,000 or so, is going towards the other projects at this point.
Have those other applicants or those other people that were here interested in those funds, have they met with y'all requesting any development orders or any agreements to start unlocking access to those dollars?
They've met with us, however, they have not submitted for the development orders yet. They're not to the stage. Obviously, it's been quite a bit of time, so, but they're not done yet.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Old habit. raise my hand. So, I mean, just to clarify this, I wasn't thinking about this, but these questions that Mr. Smith brought up, I mean, that was February 27th, correct? I mean, we allocated, it said fund 2 of the projects at $75,000 per unit and allocate the remaining $626,291,000 to the Housing Authority for their development. Okay, so additionally, past those two, you're talking there's another 400,000?
No, that is the amount.
Right, yeah, because I thought when we did that on February 27th of this year,
Yes.
that was, we're exhausting the fund.
Correct.
We're done with this.
Correct.
And now, here's the money. But, so basically, here's the Housing Authority. They say, yeah, cool, we'll take that money, we got our whole thing. The other projects have at this point not completed all of the steps to get to you. I mean, in the 10 months, 9 months, have not gotten there. But you would anticipate that they would or wouldn't? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
I understand. Okay. Specifically to this project, everything meets the LDC, the land co-development, other than the variance that was granted, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Any other questions on this? Anyone on staff? Or anyone on council, really? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, any action on this item from the council?
Make a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a major development order for the development of a 100-unit senior living center located at 25 Robinwood Drive Southwest in accordance with the specified conditions.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry, to approve the major development order Bayside Breeze at 25 Robinwood Drive Southwest. Any further discussion?
I look forward to, excuse me.
Yes, please.
I look forward to you finally getting to build. We have people that are waiting, and I know you have a long list of applicants for more affordable housing. Thank you for following through. And do you have someone there at the delegation tonight also?
No, unfortunately not.
But you filled out the paperwork?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Perry. Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, I appreciate Gail and her team, again, utilizing those dollars that are out there to leverage this, to hopefully meet the need, right, housing, those kind of things. I will be supporting this, but I would be interested in, and again, Chris, whatever y'all figure out staff-wise, I'll support. But putting some kind of spark inside of those applicants that within 10 months haven't gotten to the point where this comprehensive project and the team that they have is off and running, which is good. But if we don't know, and I appreciate you asking that question, do we know if there's interest in what we heard you say was not sure, which they could or could not be interested. And I'm sure Mr. Bob Reddy and others would like some better uses, or myself included, better uses of maybe $500,000 if it's not going to be utilized and we've had it out there overall for a longer period of time. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Smith?
I'll probably echo a little bit what Mr. Schmidt said. I don't know if it was just an oversight on our part when we did that of not putting an expiration sunset clause in there on these funds. But, you know, I definitely think that after this is something that we should have a discussion about, because I don't think anybody's intent is that money was just going to sit out there forever until, you know, they decided that they wanted to do the program. We need this stuff now, and I think that was the intent in what we did over a year, or I guess a year ago. So I support it because we got to, you know, do what we say we're going to do, and I look forward to a project like this. And like I said, I think we definitely need to take a look at that money, and it's either got to get used or we got to bring it back in. I don't know how that's going to affect this charter amendment discussion that we're going to have a little bit later, but I can't imagine it would hurt if that money didn't get used and we had to take it back in. So.
Anyone else?
Mr. Walker, I think like we had a topic that we went back and clawed back some money, so I'm guessing that we could retroactively, can't remember what it was, it seems like it was the bus station or something, but anyway, it might have been the chamber, I can't remember, but anyway, by a resolution, or can't we go and say any monies that have not been, you know, after 12 months, it's no longer awarded? Are there any restrictions when we awarded that money from this housing fund to those two other projects, with there being, if there were none, I don't know, if there were no time restrictions on use or applying or any of that kind of stuff, can we at some date in the future say, hey, if you've been awarded and you've not used it within 12 or 14 or 16 months, then you'll have to come back and reapply?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we can do that.
Anyone else? Seeing none, let's please have a vote. And the motion does pass 7-0. At this point, we will take a brief 15-minute break and reconvene at 9 o'clock. Yeah. All right, good evening, everyone. Let's reconvene this regular meeting of the Fort Walton Beach City Council. Thank you all for putting up with the brief delay. I believe it was much needed by many in the room. We now move on to item 13.6, implementation of Charter Amendment 1, the compensation to elected officials.
Okay, I can kick
Ms.
it off. Sure. On May 21st, the council adopted ordinance 2143, which amends the charter to prohibit compensation to elected officials other than reimbursements for actual expenses incurred. So, as you all know, on November 5th, the proposed charter amendments went to the voters, and the voters did approve the charter amendment. So at this point, the charter amendment is effective currently. It was effective as of the date of the election and the approval. So at this point, we are looking at implementation. Council can implement this immediately, but we did provide some options because I know council members receive health insurance from the city, their families may, and so we put in a proposed transition period just for the first year. This obviously would not be an option every year, but for the council members and families that are currently receiving it, if they want to include a grace period, either through the end of the fiscal year or through the end of March, that's in the discretion of the city council.
Thank you, Ms. Kopp. Questions from Ms. Kopp from the board? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Are we subject to penalty if we don't obey the law?
Is that a real, yeah, so you have to obey the law, but this is just a temporary transition period option. You don't have to go with it, but you may.
So by doing one of these options, we would not be breaking the law.
It is a technical violation of the charter if you have an implementation period, but it's not an intent to evade the charter. It's to allow y'all to find insurance for 90 days if you need it. But if you feel that you don't need that transition period and you would like it cut off immediately, I'm sure that we could cut it off as of probably tomorrow.
What do they normally do in a normal course of business? Do you know? Don't you normally get like Cobra in at like 90 days or 180 or something?
You get Cobra, yeah, and you pay for Cobra premium.
Yeah.
I don't have the cost, but Terry or Jeff may.
I don't have the I did that back when I was working, and it's not outrageous, the COBRA. Matter of fact, the state of Florida had an insurance program that before the Affordable Care Act came through. You know, so the COBRA is not cheap, but it's not outrageous.
Mr. O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Franksman, how much have we, or Mr. Peters, whoever, how much have we paid through our premiums on our policies at this point for the elected officials? So,
I mean, I believe once, I think it carries it through the end of the month, but
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
if that terminated immediately, you would have it through the end of December.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it would stop. I think.
there would be that,
Kind of what we on that.
roughly 15-day, yeah.
And you got, I think, Ms. Kopp, we have to determine what immediately is. Is it today or is it the day of the vote?
Well, that's why I was asking how much we've already paid, because that was going to lead me to a few other questions. If we've already paid, through December, then I'm leaning,
Right,
that was my
speaking with
question. If
Terry.
we've already paid through March,
He's in here.
can we get credits back, or how that works?
I
But it
think
sounds like we
insurance
just
just
paid
kind
through
of is what
December.
it is, no matter what, but depending whether you pick today or you make it retroactive, then council would owe us back money from that date of the election.
I mean, on the
There's
city's
that
insurance,
FDOT.
the employees pay a monthly, it's deducted from their checks, their monthly supplement, but.
Yeah, and I don't want any,
It's paid monthly.
okay, yeah, and I don't want any council to pay anybody back. I guess what I was getting to is if taxpayers' dollars, if we've pressed a button to our insurance policy that we've paid through a quarterly payment or whatever that payment installation is, I don't want to discontinue something effective immediately if we've already paid through March for that product or through that service. That's kind of what I'm trying to back into, to figure out what we've paid for, what we're obligated and what we're able to get in return, if necessary, if council decides to make it effective January 1, we're terminating, and if we have paid through March, are we able to get that money back? If the answer is no, that was the questioning I was getting ready to go down. But if we think we've only paid through December, that answers it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head. I don't know.
Where is Terry?
I don't know. I just texted him to see where he was. He might be in the restroom.
Okay. But that's it for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions? Mr. Smith?
So it's your opinion that the law, well, I guess it's a fact that the law's in effect right now.
It's in effect now, yeah.
So it's your opinion that we have the grace to determine when we comply with it or not?
Not when you comply, a transition period on a temporary basis. If you all don't feel you need it, you do not need to go that route. There's an option to help you all add a little humanity since families receive insurance, but you don't have to have a transition period. And if you did implement one, it would not ever apply again. It's just because the amendment just passed last month. So.
And I guess where
Oh, and Mr. Frankston is here.
Yeah.
I guess where I'm going with that is a transition period is something that's allowable by law, or it's just
I think
something that we're
yeah,
going to go do,
it's legally defensible
knowing
in court.
that we're violating it with an end date, I guess.
Yeah, it's something legally defensible and reasonable as a temporary transition when something new gets passed to get from where you are to where you need to be.
Okay.
It doesn't need to last longer than necessary for council members to reasonably obtain other insurance. The other option is you can go the COBRA route and pay it. Which, do you know the cost of that?
Cobra.
Yeah.
I get a ballpark idea on stuff too. I just ran some quick numbers. So family coverage, it's about $1,950 a month. Okay, single coverage is right around $912, and then if you have the spouse or the child, it's averaging about $1,870, and we pay that basically 1 month ahead. So we pay December, the beginning of the month, you're covered through the entire month. Okay. So then we haven't paid January yet. So basically October, November, and December's have already been paid. So if somebody cancels insurance during the month of December, they're covered through the entire month.
Well, thank you. And again, I'm just curious on if what we're obligated to already pay for. I mean, I just got back on tonight. I don't think I qualify for getting benefits anyways. If we even did a transition period, I'm just curious to see what we've already paid for and what we would be obligated to get credits for if we've paid past December. But if
Yeah,
we
and
only
I
paid
have to
through
look at
December,
each
that
one
answers it.
individually because you have the high plan, the low plan. Some have family coverage, some have single coverage. So I'd have to do the breakdown on that. And I don't have this, but I got the ballpark numbers. Like I said, $1,950 a month for the family, depending on who's got family. $912 for single coverage. So I can get that breakdown.
But you're pretty confident it's paid just through December, not future months?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Mr. Walker?
If we agree it is already terminated and the council staff takes actions today to say, hey, we're terminating it effectively, there's no proration of the remainder of December money coming back to the city, is that correct?
No.
Okay, gotcha. So effectively ending it tonight or clarifying it that it's over, you would take action.
Yeah, you're still covered through the month of December, and then you would not have insurance in January.
Okay.
It's already been paid, no matter what, we're not going to get that money back.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Mead?
Ms. Neighbors,
Yes.
how much do we owe on the Parks and Recreation building approximately?
We have the $3 million balloon, probably, I think it's about 5, maybe 5.
It's probably 1.5, probably about 4 million, 3.5 million.
A little more than that with the balloon.
Yeah, with the balloon payment.
Oh,
4 million. 4 million.
Can we pass a resolution not to have to pay that note?
No.
Okay, I don't think you can. My tenure up here is short, and my concern is that there's certain members on this council took office with that being the, I don't know if it's a contract or what it is, but there are folks up here who agreed to do this job, understanding that was part of the job duties and what comes with it. So I'm concerned for them. We all know that this was on the ballot. That's So I'm not suggesting it's right or wrong, but I think it is worth considering for those who took the position, understanding that was the case. I don't know if this is an ex post facto law or what it is, but I do know that I do have concern over those who took this role and it's not being here anymore. So I'm not suggesting that you should or shouldn't have voted for it, but I do think that, or I do know that that comes into my mind. I'm only up here for a couple more meetings, so I can say it because it doesn't really affect me. So personally, that is.
Mr. Jeter.
I'll echo what Councilman Meade said because I'm one of the person he's speaking about. And for someone who has 5 kids and has never been laid off or fired before in their life, to even look at option 1 is just kind of gross, to be honest with you. Option 2 or option 3 seems a lot more sensible to me, as long as we're not breaking the law and it's allowable to be done.
Anyone else, questions or statements as well? Seeing none, do we have a motion from the board?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt option 3, allowing council members to continue their current health insurance benefits until the end of fiscal year 24-25, September 30th, 2025, and not allow any newly elected officials to obtain benefits going forward. As Councilman Meade said, when you raise your hand to run, you know, well, I guess you'll never know what you're raising your hand for until you get in here, but at least you know what you're raising your hand for at that time.
Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
I have a motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to use staff recommendation option 3, allowing council members to continue their current benefits until the end of fiscal year 24-25, September 30th, 2025. Mr. Jeter.
We've discussed it already. People are going to vote how they're going to vote.
I got you. Anyone else wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, please vote. And the motion does carry 4-3. That moves us on to item 13.7, implementation of Charter Amendment 3, limitation on budget increases. Ms. Kyle.
Okay, I'll kick this one off as well. Same thing, on November 5th, the voters approved the charter amendment set forth in Ordinance 2145 by referendum, and the charter amendment became effective at that time. This charter amendment limits annual budget expenditures. It's laid out in the staff report in detail. It's long, so I won't read it all unless you ask me to, but the 2 options we have in the staff report for implementation include option 1 is during the initial current transition year, use fiscal year 2024 as the base year for the initial implementation of the charter amendment, and then option 2 would be to use fiscal year 2025, which is the 24-25 budget year, as the base year. And then City Manager, myself, and Nicole are here for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kopp. Questions for Ms. Kopp on this item? Mr. Meade.
So option 1 will allow the immediate implementation of this resolution utilizing the fiscal year budget that we just finished.
Correct.
Option 2 would be to finish out this entire year and then utilize that for the base rate.
Correct, unless Nicole wants to clarify any.
No, that's correct. It would be using the 2024 budget as the base for option 1, and then it would use option, for option 2 would be fiscal year 25 as the base actual budget.
Additional questions?
Yeah, I think that the,
Mr. Walker.
sorry, yes. Yeah, I think that the passage of it is referencing the previous year. And I think it would be a stretch to think that we would not be able to implement such measures as overwhelmingly approved by the voters until 2026. As I think Nicole had mentioned last time, she was looking for audited results, which would be in March of 2026, looking at the 20.
Well, I can't implement 2024 either yet, because that's not even done. I'm talking about the actual budget. So we have 2024 approved budget that we can do it off of. But I can't do it off of actuals right now, because I don't have actuals.
Well, and that's where at the last meeting we discussed using preliminary to get us in that ballpark to comply with the intent of the voters and the charter amendment itself. So, right, I mean, if we as a body direct you to use preliminary numbers to get us in the ballpark to see where we're standing on that 3% cap in those two categories, I think you'll be able to come back to us with some numbers that are preliminary, correct?
Yeah, I can be fiscally irresponsible.
Right. Well, what did you say? You could be what?
Fiscally irresponsible. It's not, me having my license, ethically, it's hard for me to do. But I'll do whatever you direct me to do.
Okay, thank you. So that's, I think we're only dealing with, the past budget, not a future past budget. So it gets mentally gymnastics if we go to option 2. I think option 1 is the voter's intent.
Mr. Smith.
Since this relates to expenditures from the prior year, let's just take the employee expenses. We didn't carry over any employee expenses from last year to this year, did we?
No, not in the wages, no. In personnel, yes, but not in wages. Wages were done at the end of the
Where
period.
else in personnel would we have carried over from last year?
We
to
could
this year?
have, in period 12, we have pension. Actually, I have all the things here.
Would those be numbers that we already know?
When period 13 is closed, yes. There is retirement contributions for both pension and defined contribution. There is the rest of the health insurance. There's workers' compensation. There's, let's see, I can keep going on. There's all kinds of things in here.
Yeah, but I'm assuming health insurance, you're running those, are you expensing that out over 12 months? Like,
Wait, we pay for
I
each
have
month.
a business and I kind of know what my expenses are the day after I close a month and I go into the next month. And I know we don't have that ability here because
we're not closed yet.
Well, we're not closed yet. It doesn't seem like we have the software, but we know what POs we have outstanding. We know what receivables we have outstanding. When we're talking about the expense accounts, we should be able to get pretty close to what we think it may be. So the accounts that we do know, I'm assuming that we can get right with those now. The accounts that we don't know, as they're coming in and they're getting closed out, we should be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we can do on accounts that are done. We can obviously have actuals, but the whole budget is not complete for actuals.
Right,
So there's
because we don't care about revenues
I know.
because they're not affected by the charter amendment.
Right, correct.
So there are essentially, if we decide, well, I don't even, it's not even a decision, I don't believe in my eyes. I understand what you're saying, we won't have the actuals out, all that you need until March, but we could in effect start going in and doing budget amendments to get the accounts that we do have within the realm of the charter amendment now, and as those other accounts come online, we can continue to do budget amendments to bring those in and be done by March. Is that correct?
It's kind of hard to just do certain accounts within, so personnel, there's maybe 25 accounts in personnel, but doing an account by account to do the percent doesn't really make sense because it's kind of on all of personnel.
Correct.
So I need everything to be complete before I know how much that percentage is, if that makes sense.
It does make sense because you can move the money around anywhere you want in that account, the 3%. It doesn't have to be 3% in each specific line.
Right.
It could be 3% here, it could be nothing here, and it could be 12% down here. So
Right.
I get that, but I guess what I'm saying is we do have the ability to do to start getting in line with what the charter amendment passed currently right now, and then have it finished up when our audit gets done, I guess, basically in March. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, that makes more sense than what you said.
Okay. Sure.
Additional questions, or we'll even allow comments? Anyone wish to make one that hasn't made one yet? Mr. Mead?
Mr. Smith, I believe what the dialogue just was we can utilize the expenditures from last fiscal year, even though they're not finalized, to project our budget for the coming year. And then we can refine that as those are concluding, all those expenditures are concluding. Is that?
Correct. The ones that we already have that we know that are set in stone that we've already closed out, we can get a pretty darn good idea off of that. The ones that are out there existing and opening, I have probably a sneaking suspicion. We have an idea of what those numbers are. So I would imagine that we could probably get close, and then when the actuals actually completely finally come out, we could get 100% by March.
Right. So perhaps we could make a motion directing our city manager to prepare, to refine our existing budget to correspond with the expenditures from last fiscal year.
I would be along that line of thinking, yes.
And then present one budget amendment for that, not coming back like and keep amending it, correct?
Well, if we have what we know now, we can do a budget amendment for that, and what we don't have, we can come back and do another budget amendment before we get it. We can do budget amendments at any point in time we want.
Well, I know that. I guess I'm not wrapping my head around doing only 3 accounts in personnel and then coming back and doing 4 accounts in personnel.
So the fear I have is the longer we wait to implement this, because in my opinion, I think it would be arrogant for us to think that we can wait till 2025 with it passing the way that it did. But the longer we wait, there's going to be less money for us to make up for that error, because it's going to be spent. So the longer we wait, we're going to have less money to get where we need to get. If we start doing it now, we'll be able to find other avenues to make up so nobody inside City Hall feels anything. And that's my intent. I didn't approve this past year's budget because I knew this was coming. I said to you guys right out there, right before you came in here to do it, when everybody freaked out, that I'm not supporting it unless it's in the spirit of this, because I knew this was coming and we wouldn't be sitting here doing this right now. Now, obviously, I was on the losing end of that. That's cool. But yet, here we are, and because we didn't prepare for the worst and hope for the best, now we're sitting here screaming.
Well, if you did it off the approved budget, even last year's, or the 23-24 approved budget that was approved in September, you got as a baseline, it's a heck of a lot easier because you know what numbers you have in there. But I mean, we may carry operational expenses over for sometimes 2-3 years. Like I think last year, if you look
we
at
had like 17 million in carryover.
Yeah, we had $17 million in carryover.
Because you know what that is already. You already know what that number. You already know what those are.
Right.
So it's not like we're sitting here guessing. We know what that number is.
Yeah, but they weren't. Yeah, the carryover may not be that.
But it's not an actual expenditure.
Expense.
The way you guys are trying to interpret it is
Because you
an
may
actual
carry over
spent
$3 million on
expenditure.
a project, it may spend 3.5 million. It may only spend 2.5 million. You just don't know what. But if you went by the budget that was approved by council, then you would have, as a baseline, then you would at least know exactly what those numbers are down to the penny.
And with all of our discussions with everybody that was involved in it, I don't remember ever talking about actual expenditures. It was always actual budget and starting on a baseline budget and then increasing from there. There was never any discussion about actual expenditures from prior year. It was actual budget from prior year. Because that's where it all started with the Marco Island thing too, because they do budget, not
Right, but what got passed was actual expenditures, not budgeted.
When you look at the ordinance, you can interpret it both ways.
I don't know.
Ms. Compton, clear that up?
The ordinance contains the actual charter amendment and its actual budgeted expenditures. But the actual ballot language is a summary of that, and that's where everyone is interpreting it as just actual expenditures. The charter amendment that was passed is actual budgeted expenditures.
I
And
know something real quick.
that was
on the
actually worked on very, very much by the watch group.
So explain to me, because actual budgeted expenditures is like
So
a double
just,
negative.
just a quick,
So it's defined, I can just read it. So it says, so the title is Limitation on Annual Budget Expenditures. Without prior referendum and approval, those annual budgeted expenditures hereinafter referred to as the limited expenditures shall be limited to an increase from the prior year's expenditures in an amount which is the lesser of the 3% of the percentage change of the then current Department of Labor Bureau of Statistics, CPI, all items as calculated for the preceding calendar year. Such limitation herein referred to as the spending cap, provided, however, the spending cap can never be less than zero. And then it gets into what the limited expenditures can be. So it's annual budget expenditures.
But it's defined as prior year's expenditures.
Correct.
Turned out to deadly crash. It shut down organized.
so the difference in the two, like everybody knows what we budgeted for
Officials say this.
the 23-24 budget on payroll and operations. If you went by actuals, if you went by the actual expenditures for payroll, every time there's a vacancy, that's your new, if something's open for 2 months, if we have a police officer that goes on reserves for 6 months, that's now a 6-month position. Until you have 0 people, that's the actual, it's gonna lower every year to where there's nothing left.
And then
If you're budgeted, the approved budget, if 23-24, and I'm making up a number, if our budget was 25 million, that's the baseline. So you know it'd be 25 million, and then you have the 2.5% or 3% or whatever, and that's all you have.
I get what you're saying, but based off of what the interpretive definition here is it's actual expenditures, so it would be actual.
It's an ordinance, it's the budget.
But budgeted expenditures.
Well, it's an expenditure listed in the budget. It's a budget expenditure.
Exactly, a budgeted
That's right.
expenditure.
So what you guys approved in the budget, if payroll was approved at 25 million, that was the budgeted expenditures, and that would be, depending on what year you decide tonight, that would be, if that's the case, would be the baseline, and you know where you're starting off of. Right now, we don't have to
And I
start.
can have that number in probably a month, probably tops.
Yeah,
like next January.
it's a heck of a lot easier to generate numbers.
I mean, I'd like to jump in here just real quick as well. Probably nobody will care what I have to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I would just really like to add, like, what's the goal here? You know, I remember I was kind of a part of this from the very beginning. I've talked to a lot of people on the phone over a lot of course of time, had a lot of meetings, and invested in this quite a bit. I thought always the goal was, in this particular charter amendment, number 3, was we're trying to limit how much money the city of Fort Walton Beach raises the budget by. Like, that's what it was always said to me. So when people went out and got petitions signed and all the petitions got brought back here in this incredibly long process that we've now arrived at the finish line, I just never thought the goal was like, let's try to make this as difficult as possible on a finance department or the city staff, and let's do this to have bad intentions toward the city or toward the people or the residents that use the amenities or the services that are provided. I thought it was never that, right? I thought it was always just, hey, we're seeing the budget grow by X amount of dollars every year. I mean, I always thought that was the thing. And I never really disagreed with, let's keep how small the budget grows as small as possible. But now we're into a place where we're like, you have to change your whole accounting process. And the things that she just said, again, I'm not an accountant, I don't know that. But I hate to hear like, we're guessing what it could possibly be. We know within a small amount of reason. But like when we get audited, they don't say like, well, within a small amount of reason, you were right. You know, like that worries me just as a normal person sitting here. And so my point in all of this is just to say, I thought the goal originally was to limit how much the budget grows. And we clearly have the opportunity to do that because now the voters have said that's what they want.
So I'll just give you a little something. This is more procedurally. The reason that we're doing this now is because we're behind. That's why we're sitting here having this discussion now. And I think that the issue that I'm running into right now is there's a terminology issue between what they want to do and what my understanding of it was. So they want to go off of whatever was budgeted for that account. My understanding was it was supposed to go off of whatever the actual expenditure in that account was at the end of the year, which is why I'm trying to get clarification from her, because is it the actuals or is it the budgeted amount? And so I'm trying to ascertain what number that is. If we're going off a budget, then it doesn't matter, but I don't think that that's my understanding of this thing being passed. My understanding is it was passed off of actuals. And since the city doesn't have, I would say some software to help, additional accounting software would help to probably speed this process.
Probably would. Citizens would have to vote for it though. 'Cause
Probably.
it's like $1 million.
And that's fine, it's not a big deal. To help speed these things up so they're not far behind, because, you know, in the regular world, I mean, I can close a month out in 3 days. I can close a year out in a week. I have stuff that sit out there and run out into the next year. I know what those expenses are. I got encumbrances, I got carryovers, I got all that. So it's not like we're trying to reinvent the wheel here. But I guess I'm just trying to get clarification on, is it the budgeted amount or the actuals amount? Because my understanding was actuals, and it seems like they're trying to say that their interpretation is budgeted.
Yeah, I mean, so I read you the language, and I didn't read you the ballot, but the ballot does specifically refer to actual expenditures. It says, shall the City of Fort Walton Beach's charter be amended to limit the city's personnel and operating expenditures to an amount that may not exceed the prior year's actual expenditures by more than 3%, and then it goes on about the CPI.
But is the charter, that amendment that passed, is not the ballot language?
No, but what I'm saying is, one, they go together, they're read together. So what y'all can do, and what I talk to staff about, is so we can pass an ordinance in the code, not something that has to go back through the process, that makes clarifications and defines the terms, and that council can approve. As long as it's not inconsistent. We can't be inconsistent with the charter, but we can make further clarifications if things are not clear.
That's interesting.
As you know, when it was passed, it might have been clear to everybody, and if it's not clear now.
Clear as mud.
You know? So, but that's what we've talked about.
Just to get in the discussion, in the weeds and the discussion, because we all have to get to the same place. Those annual budgets, so I'm thinking practically about us this coming year and the councils that come after us. You know, they're going to have to be looking back, and the budget is approved in September, correct? So we will have to look back at the previous year's expenditures up to that point, which won't be finalized, correct? Correct. They'll be up to the date of the month, August. We don't know the remaining September and October yet, so we're going to have to be operating and say, Nicole, look at ClearGov. Is ClearGov back up yet? Is it working?
It's working, but we don't have period 12 and 13 up yet to upload. Because I was talking to Councilman Smith, it doesn't have the automatic API yet, ClearGov doesn't have it, so we have to wait and do a spreadsheet and send it to them, and then they upload it. But it's not finished.
Gotcha, thank you. But, so, I'm just looking at it, us operating in that space. Those annual budget expenditures, when we're contemplating a new budget, we have to look back at the old one, and that's kind of what we're doing now, just early. We're going, hey, what happened last year? And there we go. The expenditures, the prior year's expenditures, it doesn't, at least in this wording here, the discussion, it doesn't say actual or preliminary, it just says the expenditure. So, you know, I don't know that we're tied to actuals. We can say, you mentioned 25 accounts and personnel, which is 18, so there might be I know, it could be 30, could be 18, whatever the number is, and us all trying to get to the same place. So I get a lot of spreadsheet finances. So if you listed those 25 accounts, and some are
Some are
they're
done,
done.
like wages and all that.
So, you know, when I get some of my reports, I get them and they're like final, asterisk. Not final. What are you waiting on? Well, I'm waiting on the theme, the theme. So, you know, there's gonna be a 25 accounts there that you're gonna say, here's the preliminary numbers. It looks like these will be final, but we're not been audited yet. We may have to make an amendment in March, right? We're coming up on March, that'll be finalized. So I think we get cracking by you reviewing those accounts and saying, here's the ones that are final, here's the ones that are not. This gives y'all a ballpark. I think we've all up here said ballpark several times. We're always interested in ballpark numbers. And if it's a ballpark, you say, here's the numbers, then that gives you guys the abilities and us the ability to look at the current budget that we might need to adjust based on those preliminary numbers, not waiting till March. At the rate, I mean, we're in December, so we're gonna have January, February, March is right around the corner. You guys have got a lot of work to do in the finance department to get us some stuff and Jeff some stuff to look at what needs to be adjusted, recommended adjustments for our existing budget that we're operating under.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I'll say, and I'll leave it at this, but I think when you look at the budgeted expenditures, as Kim read, I think everybody in the world can look at a number and say, this is what the budgeted expenditures. There's no discrepancies of, oh, how did you tally that? I mean, it's in black and white what the budgeted expenditures were for 23-24. Operating and personnel, everybody knows what that number is. So you, as a council, who's ever on the council in the future, can say, oh, they got that number plus whatever the COLA is. Well, if you're going back and forth on actuals and stuff, there's maybe one person that can even come up with those numbers. I mean, I think there's going to be all kind of discrepancies. And so when you talk about the budgeted expenditures, trying to figure out what that is a heck of a lot easier and a lot more transparent than trying to figure out what was spent, when it was spent, and projecting what it's going to be spent and everything. And I'll say that on that. That's trying to figure out actuals causes a lot of people a lot of trying to figure out when a budgeted expense as a baseline of 23-24 would be that's the number, and everybody in the world knows what it is.
And I just kind of want to reiterate what you said about the police. So we were talking to Chief Beige and using actuals, like when some of his guys have to go out to active duty or whatever, they're required to get their job back. But that's like a 1 FTE position. So if you're using actuals and they're gone for 6 months, we have to hire that person back. But now it's not funded for that. So we're going to have to let other people go so this person can come back because legally we have to take them back. So these positions that are 1 FTE are going to get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you're going to have no staff at some point years down the road.
So let me ask you this, and this might be a better way to do it. Since we're always going to be working in the rears, it seems like, because we're in the rears now, if we did a preliminary budget amendment based off of the prior year's budgeted expenses by December, and then when March comes, we have to do a budget amendment in March anyways after we get the actuals, don't we?
No. We do a quarterly budget amendment just for everything that you guys approved in council meetings that like have to do with fund balance and stuff like that. We don't do a budget amendment based on, we do, my staff internally does journal entries based on the audit, but we don't do a budget amendment.
I feel like the
To balance the
last couple of years we've done a budget amendment because it was preliminary off of the prior year, update it in December, and then when March comes and you do your audit and you have your actuals out, you do the final amendment there that would put you in line with the charter amendment.
Wait, say that again.
So since we will be working in the rears, so right now we're sitting here talking about 24-25, which was last year. So if we're going off of that, it's
23-24.
23-24. It's 3% on that number. So if by December, whatever month you want to create before the end of the year, October, November, or December after the fiscal year closes, after we have an approved budget for the next year, you do a budget amendment at that point in time to get in line with what the charter amendment is going to say. And then when your actuals come out in March, then you can do your final charter budget amendment to get in line with your actuals at that point in time.
Okay, I got you.
Would that make more sense?
Then coming back and keep doing budget amendments?
Yes.
Yes, of course it would.
and then doing it off of the prior year number.
Budgeted, actually.
Yes, budgeted actuals, because you're telling me you're not gonna have actual actuals.
I mean, I could give you next month based off of 24,
Did you say budget actuals or budget expenditures?
budgeted, oh. Round and round we go.
What was actually printed?
What was printed right here, I could give it to you next month.
So we run
I could do that, like for 26, like let's just say, I know you guys want to go off 24, but like for 26, I can already do that off of 25, because I've got 25 sitting right here.
Mr. Walker, I was continuing to look at it, and, you know, and Jeff, I appreciate that commentary about budgeted expenditures, but, you know, let's just say by chance there was something that was budgeted in the previous years that was maybe anticipating this 3% cap, and it was sandbagged. It was overestimated by $2 million. If there was that case, or just something didn't get spent, it was budgeted, for us to cap based on something, you know, $5 million, pick $5 million budget item in there, and we only spent 3. What you were suggesting there, if I'm hearing you right, is that we used the 5 because that's what was budgeted. But we only spent 3. And I think the intent was that we're going to use it, because it talks about us in the process of formulating a budget. Those are the budgeted expenses. They cannot exceed last year's prior year's expenditures. It didn't say budgeted expenditures. We could have said budgeted expenditures. We set it up in the space above, but we didn't. We said prior year's expenditures, not prior year's budgeted expenditures. So I'm gonna, you know, I feel pretty firmly that we need to look at the prior year's expenditures, not the prior year's budgeted expenditures, because they're talking about in the future. When you're creating a budget, you have to look back at the prior. So it's not budgeted expenditures by any way I'm reading it anyway.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mead.
You asked, what are we, I'm paraphrasing, what are we trying to achieve here? I wasn't involved the way you were with the history of the watch group. Okay. Or the other side. I don't remember what their name was. I am here, and we have this charter amendment passed. When I read a contract, we have labels, and then we have definitions of those labels. And my reading of this is quite clear from the prior year's expenses. I don't see budgeted expenses. It looks to me like it's the prior year's expenses. I know we don't have all of the prior year's expenses, and we'll get those throughout this year. So I would think it's logical that we direct our city manager, as I don't believe we can direct the finance director to do anything because everything goes to the city manager. We direct our city manager to scope this, or to narrow this coming year's expenditures based on what we expect our prior year's expenditures to be. I would hope that we know high 90% of what we spent this past year or what we have yet to spend because of contracts or whatnot that's coming in. It doesn't seem to me that this says budgeted. I know the label says budgeted expenditures, but it's defined, referred to limited expenditure shall be limited to an increase from the prior year's expenditures in the amount which is the lesser of those two items. So it looks to me like it's expenditures, and it looks to me like if we don't come up with a direction tonight, that we're going to be even more and more and more months behind. So,
and that, by the way, I think is 2.7, not 3. We keep saying 3. It's the lesser of the two, and I think the CPI is 2.7. All items, that's a specific category when you look at it and see, so it's not 3, it's 2.7.
Mr. Smith.
Quick note, and I'm glad you brought up the police department. Our charter cannot violate state law. So if there's a state law saying out there that a police officer, if he goes on leave, gets his job when he comes back, then obviously I'm assuming that wouldn't be something that would
Correct.
prevent us from being able to do, because our charter can't violate state law.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
But then we also can't violate the charter by hiring them back if we don't cut them somewhere else, is what she was saying.
Well, I think there's state laws that dictate funding to police departments and police officers and stuff like that that override us.
Well, maybe that was just an example of police. I did see if this does have something out, but I mean.
I know, but I saw him sitting there behind you nodding his head, and I know that that's a concern. of
Yeah,
the
we're not allowed to lower.
The police officers and,
Yeah,
and
but I mean, it can happen
very
in
well,
fire, it
as
can
it
happen in
should
public
be.
works, it can happen in recreation, the whole same thing, and you'd have the whole.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? Would anyone from the public like to speak?
Yeah, I think it's.
Can we bring Mr. Reed a microphone?
I'm sorry. I get it. I got it. I'm a triple gun. I think it simplified things if you didn't put expenditures and budget in the same phrase. Expenditures, you spent it. Budget, you planned it. And keep those terms separate, not combine them. And it would simplify understanding what you're trying to explain.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you for accommodating me.
No problem. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this? Seeing none, do we have a motion by the council?
I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for a one-time transition year with option 2, in which the annual budget expenditures for fiscal year 25 constitute the baseline from which 3% or CPI change is measured.
A motion by Mr. Jeter, and do we have a second for the motion? I will second the motion. We have a motion by Mr. Jeter, seconded by me to go with the second staff recommendation for a one-time transition year, the annual budgeted expenditures for fiscal year 25 to constitute the baseline in which the 3% or CPI change is measured. Any additional comment, Mr. Jeter?
No, sir, you said it very well earlier. The purpose of this is to accomplish a task, and staff seems to be working in that direction to get the task accomplished, and let's keep the ball rolling. And the voters voted, this is what it is, let's accept it and roll with it as smoothly as possible as we can going forward.
Thank you, sir. Any, Mr. Smith?
I mean, again, will just echo what I said earlier, is I think it's quite arrogant for us to think that we have the authority to do this when it's been voted in and it has an effective date. So I don't know. Everybody's got their difference of opinion, and I've got mine, I guess.
Sure. Anyone else? Seeing none, please vote. And the motion does not carry 2-5. Have any additional motions to be made by the council?
Might as well make a motion to task staff to implement option 1.
I have a motion of option 1. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
We have a second by Councilman Walker to Councilman Smith's motion of staff recommendation option 1. Mr. Walker.
I think we need to clarify, let me make sure I understand I've seconded it, but I want to look for clarity here because option 1 does include the word budgeted expenditures as opposed to just expenditures. Mr. Motioner?
I would say that it would be in the spirit of the past charter amendment, which expressly in the language, and it says limited expenditures. Total expenditures of personnel expense or services that are to be paid for all services from all funds combined. Total expenditures from operating expenses that are to be paid for all services combined from the general fund. Those are the exceptions. But it would be total expenditures, not budgeted expenditures.
All right. And any additional statements wish to be made from anyone on council? Seeing none, please vote. And it does pass 6-1.
All right, moving on back. Very exciting to finally be at item 10.2. 10.2, a resolution, 2024-18, a resolution approving Florida Department of Transportation utility work by highway contractor for State Road 85. Once again, Daniel Payne.
Back. Okay, so just wrapping up, what you have in front of me, interesting topic, resurfacing Avon Parkway. I think, it's garnered a lot of attention. I was here the last time it was resurfaced, and apparently there was something wrong with something that you can all know from Shalimar through to Fort Walton. There's chunks and stuff, so it's on the docket to get resurfaced. As part of that process, the city does have infrastructure in that right-of-way for State Road 85, Egmont Parkway, and similar to what we did here on 98, the hours that our workings occur from like 9 p.m. to 7 a.m., which requires us to be out there. We've done that in the past, but we've also know that we've set up schedules and we've all gone out there and then it rained. And you've effectively, basically interrupted your operations because you can't flip all your schedules around on a 40-hour work week. So compensating the state to do these on that end has been the way to go. You get out of the delay claims, you get out of that whole ball game. If you can't do it for whatever reason, something else happens. There's a standard set price for sewer manholes and water valve box adjustments. It's both being lowered and raised back afterwards, so it's actually 2 mobilizations. So if you see the cost, that's what the cost includes. The way the DOT does things is you are prepaying before the project is let. And it's hard to get a grasp around it, but that's kind of how the way it goes. So basically before the project is put out for construction, they want to have the money deposited in, so there's, I guess, no problem in the future. In case anybody's wondering, the start date, probably best case scenario here is after Labor Day, and that's just a start, so this work would not be until next fiscal year, but we would need to deposit the money for the utility work now. So the financial recommendation the recommendation we have is to approve resolution 2418 and authorize the mayor to execute a FDOT utility work by highway contractor agreement for the resurfacing of Egmont Parkway in the amount of $48,400 for sewer and water utility justice that would be funded in the utilities fund balance.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Questions for Mr. Payne from the council?
Just out of curiosity, do you think
Mr. Walker, go ahead.
Do you think they set the prices of the state? That's how they do it? Because I mean, our price is not going to go up, right?
Correct.
So they set the price to the people they let it out to. They're like, hey, for manhole covers, here's what you're going to get.
That's correct.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Payne? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, do we have any action by the council?
Make a motion to pass resolution 2024-18.
Second.
A motion by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve resolution 2024-18, approving FDOT utility work by highway contractor for State Road 85 for $48,400. Any additional comments? Mr. Berry.
Are they going to be even with the pavement?
Let's hope so, Mr. Berry.
I'm being facetious, but you know what I'm saying?
Are they going to be even with the pavement?
Well, so many of the
manholes
ka-thump, ka-thump, ka-thump as we're driving over them.
Yeah, they're supposed to be adjusted to their tolerances. Yes, I hope.
Be
So,
careful.
yes.
You know what I'm dealing with.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
But they're the same grade.
yeah, like going down Hollywood Boulevard, you know what I'm saying?
We're getting ready to redo that road, though.
Yeah.
All right, council, please vote. Agenda does pass 7-0, which brings us on to item 10.3, Resolution 2024-19, a resolution making appointments to the Okaloosa County and City of Fort Walton Beach Affordable Housing Committee. Mr. Presetti.
Thank you. Yes, so this is a request that we received from Okaloosa County staff and the Earth Management Department. Kind of a procedural process here. The county administers the SHIP program on behalf of the county and the city, and as part of that, there's the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, AHAC, and so their seats were up for reappointment or new appointments in a few cases here. So really what we have, as I said, is a request from the county. There were 5 members that their committee did unanimously recommend to reappoint, and then there were 2 new members that they were asking to join on their committee. So with that, staff does respectfully recommend City Council's approval of Resolution 2024-19 to reappoint the 5 current members and appoint 2 new individuals as listed above to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Presetti? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, do we have any motion from the board on this item?
Make a motion to pass Resolution 2024-19.
Second. We have a motion from Councilman Smith and seconded by me to pass Resolution 2024-19, making appointments to the Okaloosa County and City of Fort Walton Beach Affordable Housing Committee. Any additional comments? Seeing none, please vote. And the motion does pass unanimously. That moves us on to item 11.1, ordinances on first reading. Item 2170, ordinance for annexation of 627 Country Club Avenue Northwest. Ms. Cobb.
Ordinance 2170, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, annexing into the city limits of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, a parcel of land situated in the unincorporated area of Okaloosa County, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance, with a physical address of 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast, Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for municipal boundary and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Presetti.
Thank you. Yes, so this is a request for voluntary annexation. This is a property currently in unincorporated Okaloosa County. That's an enclave surrounded by the City of Fort Walton Beach up on Country Club Avenue in Kenwood, just to the east side of the golf course. So this is a request that came into us recently, and there's currently, the current owner is building a new single-family home on the property, and I think the need to connect to utilities. The city has all existing utilities in the neighborhood there on the street and is able to connect to it, so they have started this process with us. As I mentioned, it is 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast. The parcel size is approximately 0.34 acres. Currently, it has a Okaloosa County future land use designation of low density residential and county zoning of R1 residential. For this item, I do have the next 2 items for future land use and zoning as well that we'll go through fairly quickly, but for this annexation specifically, as a voluntary annexation, it does fall into Chapter 177 of Florida statute, in this case, staff did review it and finds that it does meet all the criteria to be annexed in, and additionally, staff reviewed it and did find that we can serve utilities, as I mentioned, as well as police and fire services, and we do have the note about the 10-year provider for your ocean city right if they were to continue receiving their payment equal to an amount that they had from their fire district. The financial information for that is outlined in the staff report as well. And with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of ordinance number 2170 to voluntarily annex 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast into the city limits of Fort Walton Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Presetti on this item on the agenda? Seeing none, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this particular item? Seeing none, do we have any action from the board to take on this item?
Mayor, move ordinance 2170 to voluntarily annex 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast into the city limits of Fort Walton Beach.
Second. I have a motion seconded by Mr. Walker and made by Mr. Smith to Approve ordinance 2170 for the annexation of 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast. Any additional comments? Mr. Mead.
Ms. Cobb, I just noticed that a client of mine does own this property. I didn't realize it until just now.
You can comment.
Is it best to just abstain from the vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other comments? Seeing none, everyone but Mr. Mead, please vote. And it does pass 6-0. Which brings us to item 11.2 and ordinance 2171. Ms. Cobb?
Ordinance 2171, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan to amend the future land use map for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast to low-density residential LDR, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for consistency, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is first reading.
And Mr. Cassetti?
Thank you. Yes, so this is the next step in the process for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast, which is to amend the city's future land use map. And this property, as I mentioned in the previous item, is a single-family residential property with a low-density future land use in the county. So that, in accordance with our code, we reviewed it and do find that it is suitable for a low-density residential LDR future land use. This item did go through the LPA at their last hearing, and they did recommend approval of this request. And staff does find that it meets all the criteria, consistent and compatible with a low-density residential future land use. And with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of ordinance number 2171 to amend the city's future land use map designation for the future land use for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast as low-density residential.
Thank you, sir. Questions from Mr. Fassetti on ordinance 2171? Anyone from the public wish to speak on ordinance 2171? Do we have any action from the board on ordinance 2171?
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance 2171 to amend the city's future land use map to designate the future land use at 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast as low-density residential.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilman Walker to approve ordinance 2171. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. And it does pass 6-0 with 1 abstention. Which moves us to item 11.3, ordinance 2172. Ms. Cobb.
Ordinance 2172, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for property described as 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance to be zoned R1, single-family residential zoning district, providing for the amendment of the affected portion of the official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is first reading.
Mr. Fassetti.
Thank you again. So this is the last step in the process, the zoning designation for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast. As the prior ordinance for the future land use designation of LDR, low density residential, was approved on first reading. This would provide a zoning designation for R1, our single family residential zoning designation. Staff did complete our analysis and finds that it is consistent and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and the comprehensive plan. This item also did go to the LPA at their last hearing, and the LPA did recommend approval of this request. And with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of ordinance number 2172 to designate the zoning for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast as single-family residential R1.
Thank you, sir. Questions on this item for Mr. Fassetti? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Do we have a motion on this item?
I move adoption of ordinance 2172 to designate the zoning for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast as single-family residential.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilman Walker to approve item, or ordinance rather, 2172. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. The motion does carry 6-0 with 1 abstention. Moves us to item 11.4, ordinance 2173. Ms. Cobb.
Ordinance 2173, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan to amend the future land use map for property described as 245 Brooks Street Southeast, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance, from LDR low-density residential to MDR medium-density residential, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for consistency, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is first reading.
Mr. Paczetti.
Thank you. So this is a request that staff did receive recently to amend the future land use map designation for this property at 245 Brook Street Southeast. The following item is related to it as well for a rezoning request. A couple months ago, the property owner met with my staff to discuss some future development plans for the property. The owner would like to build 3 single-family homes on the property if it's rezoned, and that would also require a subdivision plat, which would be a separate process if it is to move forward, which will also come to City Council for review. The applicant is also here tonight, just to let you all know. So we started reviewing this, and my staff did discuss the differences in development standards between the current R1 zoning versus R2 zoning, and so this is a future land use map amendment, and then the next item that I'll kind of speak to as well that relates to this is a request to rezone it to multifamily residential R2. However, the current owner does wish to build single-family homes on the property. The reason for this request that we've received is because the owner, to be able to fit 3 single-family lots on this property, to meet minimum lot width, lot size, dimensional standards for the land development code, R2 properties can be smaller and can be narrower, and the setbacks are also smaller on the rear of the properties. So really, it's a uniquely shaped lot. It's somewhat of a triangular type shaped lot on Brook Street that kind of at the end of First Street where it curves off and connects to Brooks. And so, the current owner's request is to do this future land use map amendment and the following rezoning, but still build single family. That being said, obviously, if those plans change and the property's rezoned R2, it could open up other uses, apartments and duplexes and things like that on the property. Allowing this to move forward does open up the allowable uses within an R2 zone property. While we were doing our staff review, we did review this, and staff is recommending approval of this request, really for the following reasons. In that area there is a mix of single-family, low-density residential and medium-density residential properties around it. To the south of it are the Villa de Mar condos, which are actually a mixed-use type zoning. There is actually a planned unit development PUD, but then to the northwest portion abutting this property is a medium-density residential property, and then the other properties surrounding it are single-family. So this area is a bit of a very, I said, single-family or low-density residential to medium-density residential. So with that regard, staff does find that it is compatible to the future land use in the surrounding area. Some of the other things to note while reviewing this, there are height compatibility standards. I mentioned earlier with the development order for the housing authority, in that when in our comprehensive plan and in the land development code, there are standards that if you are trying to build a taller structure and you're too close to single-family homes that are typically 1 to 2 stories, you're limited in height for how tall you can build. So using this one specifically, that area there is a mixture of 1 and 2 story homes generally surrounding it. Villa de Mar is taller to the south, but when our staff's reviewing it, you can only build 1.5 times taller than the average height of the surrounding neighborhood. Looking at the surrounding neighborhood, the average height, probably could say is approximately two stories at most looking at it, which leads us to believe that at most someone be able to build a 3-story structure there. You wouldn't be able to go up 4 or 5 plus stories. Additionally, there are the setback standards there to help some of that buffering, and then I mentioned also the shape of the lot. When we were reviewing it, looking at the density, R2 at the base number of dwelling units allowed in R2, this property is just over a half acre size. It could fit up to 11 units on it, so do want to say that. However, based on the setbacks and the lot size and all the pieces of the puzzle that go into it, needing to fit parking, stormwater, potentially landscaping, staff believes that it would be pretty tough to fit anywhere near that many number of units. Of course, that's not for us to make that final evaluation, but just looking at it from a staff perspective, just want to explain why, what we go through to get to this point. We did receive some public comments, my team did. Some were against it, worried about the possibilities of a use other than single family as the current owner is proposing. Some we explained some of our thought process, and they actually said, okay, well, with that, we're okay. So it was kind of a mixed bag, I said, of comments that we did receive. This did go to the LPA at their last hearing, and the LPA did recommend approval of this request. So with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of Ordinance 2173 to amend the city's future land use map for 245 Brook Street Southeast from low-density residential to medium-density residential.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Rossetti on Ordinance 2173?
I have a question.
Yeah, Mr. Berry.
Okay. How many units did you say that he could build on R2?
R2 would allow a maximum of 11 units at the base 20 dwelling units per acre.
What size property is that?
So an R2 lot has to be a minimum of 5,000 square feet, although as R2, if you kept it as one lot or one parcel, you could put multiple units on one parcel.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions on this for Mr. Rossetti? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am.
No, you go ahead.
Please do state your name and address for us.
Okay, my name is Jacqueline Alwyn, and I live in Destin, but we own a property at 249 Brook Street, which is the corner of Brook Street and First Street. So this property is almost right next door to us. And I'm opposed to this being rezoned R2, particularly knowing that although the builder seems to be indicating that he wants to build single family, he would still have the option to build multifamily units, and I'm completely opposed to that. We went through this with the Magnolia Clinic there on Magnolia when it was when they left the area, and the city ended up voting for not to change the zoning there. We have single family there, and I think they did the right thing. And I'm asking you to do the right thing here and not allow we are too. Brook Street is probably the less well-known street in Fort Walton Beach, and I really think that the majority of the houses on Brook Street are single-family homes. We have very few multifamily homes, actually on Brook Street. And I certainly think 11 units would really take away from the beauty of Brook Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mary Walton, and I own property on First Street that's adjacent, I believe it's adjacent to this property that you're talking about rezoning from R1 to R2. I think that area is pretty congested. The First Street, Chicago, Alden, it's pretty heavily peppered with townhomes, and I would hate to see more of them go next door. And I think Brook Street, like she said, there are a lot of nice single-family homes and some of the older homes that people are tearing down and putting in larger homes. But I'd rather see Brook Street protected from more multifamily. And the letter that I got listed the 17th and another date for a council meeting, so I didn't know that it was going to be voted on tonight.
Well, this is the first reading of an ordinance. Anytime we pass an ordinance, there's always a second reading as well, so that the public has more of an opportunity in case they didn't hear about it the first time, to come and voice their approval or disapproval of any particular ordinance.
And another thing too about that corner is that it's, if you're gonna put, the maximum of 11, I think that's a bad corner for backing out and driving in, with multi-family type project. So I'm against changing the zoning.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I looked at you a couple times, you weren't moving.
I'm Tracy Acre, owner of Tracy Acre Construction. I live 100 yards from this project. That's why I have such an interest in it. I bought it to protect the Brook Street as they do as well. Literally 100 yards, and my two daughters, I built them a house within a stone's throw of there. It's going to be 3 single-family homes between 25 and 3,000 square feet is what the plans are now. As a lot of y'all know, I've already built 2 houses down on the other end. One sold for 1.1, one's on the market now for 1.3. So these are going to be in that price range. They're going to be as nice as the other houses I've built. And y'all very well know Alchemy Street is right there at it. And I built all the homes on the right and all but one on the left. When I turn these 2 lots into 3 lots, they'll still be bigger than half the lots on Alchemy. So this is not anywhere near multifamily. Matter of fact, I don't even think, even though you would never get the retention and the drainage in after you did the parking, and I paid too much money for this property to do a multifamily, sheet project. This is going to be very high end. All the amenities that I have in my own personal house is going to be this, and the ones that sold for 1.1 down the road, and all my competitors that built houses in there. And my friends and neighbors live on that street. And like I said, my kids live on that street. So we're not going to build 11 homes. I don't even think any contractor could get that many houses on it when you take in the drainage plan that you have to have by the time you put your parking in and the structure, and you're limited to 2 stories there. If you try to do that, it ain't going to happen. And like I said, I paid too much money to do it, and I don't know anybody can figure that out, how to do that. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Acre?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to comment? We'll allow a second comment from you, ma'am. You've been here a long time waiting.
I'm just wondering why, I understand that he only wants to build the 3, but life is full of uncertainties, and who knows, maybe he has a chance to buy the lot next door and then decide to do, something other than 3-family homes. I'm wondering why the city couldn't work with him. And my understanding is he's going to R2 so that he can get the smaller setbacks for these houses so he can build 3 houses. So wouldn't there be an option for him to come to you and ask for a variance and still leave it as R1? But in that way, we would be protected that property never could have, multifamily on it, so that he can build what he wants to build, or maybe he doesn't get to build quite as big a house as he wants to build. But agreeing to go to R2, it kind of leaves us open for anything could happen there, and that I'm just not happy with.
Thank you, ma'am. We can certainly answer that with either Mr. Pursetti or Mr. Acre himself. Or Mr. Mead, I'm sorry.
A question for the city attorney. Couldn't the city enter a developer agreement with the developer that the properties be used for 3 single-family homes?
Well, when you approve the zoning, he's entitled to the uses. But I would like Chris to answer that question, because generally you could just grant a variance to the setbacks if that was the only code waiver she needed, but I don't know what other
I don't believe
provisions.
that, I don't believe that is the only, there's multiple lots, lot width, lot size, setbacks, I believe.
Is there an opportunity for a PD, that way you could do
It's not
what?
large enough for that.
Because if it was a PD, you could do the development agreement.
Oh, go ahead. I was just saying, great question, but you've obviously explored all these options already. This is the one that we're left with that is, staff
Yeah,
recommends.
Magnolia, there was that situation there a couple, a few years back now. I was involved in that one. That started with the same type of rezoning with the intent to do single family homes, which is what were built there. In that case, we were able to actually look at a code amendment for lots of record to deal with with only side yard setbacks. That was very specific. In their case over there, they just had an issue with side yard setbacks. So it was one issue and we could actually resolve it through a code change. In this case, there's numerous it's such a weird shaped lot. If it was, more, traditionally, rectangular shaped lot, I think, it'd be easier, for him to get 3 lots out of it. But
I was going to say that too. So you've explored all the options. Staff recommends
it's
this.
gonna require
It's a funky
multiple
shaped
code
lot.
changes to-
I know we've heard the word 11 a lot of times, but what you're saying earlier is by the time you put in retention and plat it as funky shaped as the lot is, you're not going to get any more than 3 or 4 anyway, whether they're freestanding homes or connecting. So I'd much rather them be freestanding. So this is the only option to go.
I believe so.
What if you amended the code to decrease the lot size required for PD?
I mean, it'd be a significant change, would it be?
That's a council decision.
Yeah, but.
Anyone else from the public wish to comment?
I also like to,
Ma'am, please come all the way up. We'll give you one more opportunity.
I just hate to see it change to R2. Why not just, I'm not sure how you go about getting surveys where you change it to 3 lots so he can build 3 houses and just, but keep them R1. And again, I've had it happen before, where somebody put in for a change in zoning, but they built something entirely different than what they said they were going to, and because the zoning was changed. And again, that could be a very dangerous street. It's a real busy, especially with the bridge. When the bridge is finished, we don't know what's going to happen with Brook Street. People cut through underneath the bridge, and it's in transition back there anyway because of the bridge. But I would just rather see it remain zone 1, R1. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, do we have any action from?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to adopt ordinance number 2173 to amend the future land use map designation for 245 Brook Street Southeast from LDR to MDR.
Second. We have a motion from Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Walker, to approve ordinance 2173 to amend the future land use map for 245 Brook Street Southeast. Any further comments?
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you for all of your all's comments, and they don't fall on deaf ears. I would share your all's same thoughts and sentiments, trusting staff and knowing this is the way to go. And I also would factor in if this specific lot were to be further inland towards the neighborhood, it would be different. But that area is already surrounded by some other type parcels that would be very similar to this.
I would also like to add as well that I share those same thoughts as Mr. Jeter, and I appreciate both of you ladies staying here all this time to say that, and it's not something that's disregarded. I have also, Mr. Akery's been in this area a long time, been building houses in this area a long time, and I think probably will be doing it for a while. That's not somebody that I wouldn't trust the word of. And I know that I'm not basing a vote on that, but it does make me feel a lot better that that's the guy that's doing that. And if he says he's going to build 3 houses on there, he's going to build 3 houses on there. Obviously, the recommendation of staff is factored in there very highly. It's been through the complete process. It is an unusual situation, but at the same time, I think by the time that those 3 houses are gone and somebody's talking about, the redoing the zoning of that particular parcel, I think all of us will be long gone, and we'll let our grandkids argue about, or great-great-great-grandkids argue about what could go in place of those houses that he's going to build right now. So I feel very comfortable with it. Anyway, Mr. Schmidt.
Yes, it sounds like, and again, just echoing Mr. Jeter's statements, that especially at 1020, having the vested interest to stick around, it does not fall on deaf ears. But what I'm hearing is a lot of the legitimate concerns are, when you see something, a disclaimer at a corner parcel that you travel by regularly, and then you start talking about it as you walk your dogs or as you converse around the coffee pot, and you're concerned there might be 12 units, or you start talking about these, questionable intentions. What I'm hearing though is Ms. Kopp, there's nothing we can do to make this contingent on that 3 single-family homes are built, right? We have to either approve the future.
If you're changing the comprehensive plan
Right.
to allow this as the future land use, you can't finish it.
So where I was going with that is I see, Mr. Akers shaking his head that he's going to be building, three products on this. And again, a lot of the concern that I'm vetting and filtering is there going to be more? And rightfully so. I would be concerned as well. So I'm going to lean towards supporting this just because I am trusting and hoping that this applicant is going to do, and I believe he will do, what he said he was going to do, is building 3 products there that will add value. I would be concerned if we're doing anything more than outside of not only what he said he was going to do, but the concern of it being zoned or future land use to R2. There's a better investor, a better development opportunity, then goes and does something different. I don't think that's the path we're gonna see, but I understand why some folks are concerned about the zoning issue. I believe after weighing out the scales, we'll see 3 products, single-family homes being built.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I'm going to support it. I think had this been probably another developer, I would 100% agree with you guys. You can shake your head, but I know him pretty well. And he's one of the few people that I know in my life that when he tells me he's going to do something, he does it. And any of my interactions with him, coupled with him living 100 yards down the road, I don't imagine that he's going to want to, cause problems in his neighborhood or cause issues or anything like that. And he actually lives in the neighborhood, so whatever goes there, he's going to have to deal with. So I don't think that he's going to do 11 units. He's a single-family home builder. I don't think that I've ever seen him do multi-home families. I live in this side of town myself. I've never seen any multi-home families that he's ever built over here or anywhere else. So between staff saying that this is compatible with the surrounding area, with the fact that he lives there, and with the fact that the specific individual that we're talking about, I trust him, I believe him, and I believe he's going to do exactly what he says he's going to do. So I will support it.
Anyone else comments on this?
I'm going to abstain for the same reason I abstained from the last one.
Gotcha. All right, please vote. And the motion does pass 6-0 with 1 abstention. Which brings us to item 11.5, ordinance 2174, an ordinance to rezone 245 Brook Street Southeast from R1 to R2.
Ordinance 2174, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for property described as 245 Brook Street Southeast, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance, to be rezoned R2 multifamily residential zoning district, providing for the amendment of the affected portion of the official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Mr. Frasetti.
Thank you. So this is the second step of that process for 245 Brook Street Southeast. The request from the owner is to rezone it from R1 to R2 zoning from single family to multifamily. As we previously discussed in the last item, staff did review this, and there is a mix again of some medium density residential properties to the north and south, as well as single family residential properties as well, some to the north and east and west. So staff did review this request in accordance with the Land Development Code, and we do find that it is consistent with the surrounding area, and it can can be rezoned in staff's opinion. This item also did go to the LPA at their last hearing, and they did recommend approval of this request to rezone it to R2 multifamily residential. With that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of ordinance number 2174 to rezone 245 Brook Street Southeast from single-family residential R1 to multifamily residential R2 zoning district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Paccetti on this item? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2174 to rezone property located at 245 Brook Street Southeast from single-family residential R1 to multifamily residential R2.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Walker to approve ordinance 2174 to rezone 245 Brook Street Southeast from R1 to R2. Any further discussion? Please vote. And it does pass 6-0 with 1 abstention. That moves us to item 7.4, removed earlier from the consent agenda. We now circle back to the purchase of network infrastructure and software replacement, where we hear the details from Mr. Franksman.
And we're actually going to team tag you. I've got Jeremy Willis also, the IT manager. So what we're requesting is we're continually upgrading our equipment. We were kind of like on a 5-year cycle, and so every year we have certain items that we try to purchase just to make sure that we've got the latest and the greatest, that our software is up to speed, and a lot of the equipment this day and age has an end of life that happens more and more sooner than we ever like it to happen. So what we're doing is we're purchasing licenses, switches, a wireless access, firewall, and that along with that comes the support and the installation for these items that we're purchasing. And we're requesting approval for $250,137.12 to go ahead and upgrade these. And I'll let Jeremy hit on the technical aspects of why we're doing it and why we need to just make sure that we're keeping the city protected.
Yeah, Jeremy Willis, IT manager. Really, I'm going to try to stay out of the more technical details, but I will point out that this is primarily a security-based measure and a compliance-based measure. Currently, there are compliance standards that we are required to maintain that we're not currently meeting with the infrastructure we have in place. As far as the security aspect, security goes towards uptime as well. We've had recent hardware failures that have caused problems for the city, and the goal is to essentially remedy those.
Thank you, sir. Questions for either one? Mr. Walker.
Comments only. I'll start with an apology. I pulled this so that I thought it was going to be first on there, then it got replaced. I was going to see how it fell under the new budget, whether it was capital, whether it was any of those operations, but now I believe this is a capital expenditure. Is that correct? It's not an operations?
It wasn't this one, no, it's part operations, part capital.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both.
It's a little bit of both. Some fall under the $5,000 threshold and some other pieces are above it.
Gotcha.
So.
And so all those questions have been answered through our other arrangements and discussions. So thank you for the presentation and the work you're doing there to keep us all safe and secure.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else with questions for these two gentlemen? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion on this item from Mr. Walker specifically?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the purchase of network infrastructure and software replacement.
I will second that motion, sir. I have a motion by Councilman Walker, seconded by me, to approve the purchase of network infrastructure and software in the amount of $250,137.12. Any additional comments from council? Seeing none, please vote. And the motion does carry 7-0. That moves us on to item 12.1, the Firefighters Retirement Fund Board appointments. I might have said fund. ahead, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you. The Firefighters Retirement Funds Board has 5 members, 2 of which are citizens and appointed by you as the council, and 2 are the firefighters, and then the 5th one is appointed by the other board members. So we have 1 vacancy that needs to be filled. We did advertise it with Devin's assistant on the FDOT.org page, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and all those other lovely places. We accepted applications through December the 2nd. We only received 1 applicant, Carly Superslag, I believe is correct, but just a guess. And her application was attached. And then the other position that was up for reappointment was the 5th member. So at the December 4th Firefighters Fund Board meeting, Leanne Waters was selected by the board to fill the 5th member position. So the staff respectfully recommends City Council appointment of Kathy Silverslag as a resident member to the city's Firefighters Retirement Fund Board to fill an unexpired term to expire December 31st, 2025, and as a ministerial duty, appointment of Leanne Waters as the 5th member to the city's Firefighters Retirement Fund Board with a term to expire December 31st, 2028. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions for Ms. Barnes on these appointments? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Seeing none, I will motion to appoint Ms. Carly Silverslag as a resident member to the Firefighters Retirement Fund Board, and as a ministerial duty, the appointment of Leanne Waters as the 5th member.
Second.
Motion made by me, seconded by 2 at once, but we'll give it to Mr. Jeter on this one to take staff's recommendation with those appointments. Any further comments, questions? Mr. Smith.
This is quite a resume from Ms. Silverschlag, and I see that she's interested in other boards, so obviously we'll keep her at the top of the list anytime we have any other openings, because it was a quite pleasurable thing to read it, because she's very well qualified.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Anyone else? Seeing none, please vote. And that does carry 7-0. Moves us on to item 12.2, the Northwest Florida Fair Board. Ms. Barnes.
Okay, this Fair Board, Ms. DeBerry was appointed last year to fill the position. I don't think they've had any meetings for the entire year. I spoke to Brian Sparling about it to find out if this board still existed. He said since COVID and the decline in the fair activities, the need for the board has declined some, but he still would like to keep the board intact in case they do need to make some sorts of decisions. So it's up to council if Mr. Berry is willing to serve again, or if council wishes to appoint someone else. It's up to you guys.
All right, thank you. Ms. Barnes, anyone with a recommendation on who to appoint to the Northwest Florida Fair Board?
I make a recommendation that we appoint Ms. DeBerry.
I second. Oh, good. Sorry, I joked a little bit there. We have a recommendation from Councilman Walker to appoint Ms. Berry, and that has been seconded by Mr. Jeter. Any additional comments?
Thank you.
All right, seeing none, please vote.
It's an easy gig, huh?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mr. Berry, will you vote for yourself?
You got to vote for yourself,
Oh,
Mr. Berry.
I was so overwhelmed.
Outpouring of support.
You got to love you too. That's 7-0
And Mr.
on
Mayor,
that.
may I have one more?
Oh, yeah, please.
That's not on the agenda.
Okay.
And I thought about it during the meeting. When Councilmember Schmidt resigned, he was the chair of the CRA. We have not had a CRA meeting since that time. Councilmember Jeter is the vice chair. So I believe council probably needs to make a decision on if Mr. Jeter is going to continue and finish out the term through March the 31st, or if we're going to make a different appointment. Again, it's up to council.
We're just going to reappoint Mr. Schmidt. You raise your hand, you okay with that?
I don't know, as the vice chair, if you have an appetite, I'd love to nominate you.
I'd nominate Councilman Schmidt to be the chair of the CRA.
We have a motion by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Meade, to nominate David Schmidt as the chairperson of the CRA committee. Any additional comments? Seeing none, please vote. Fantastic, does pass 7-0. That brings us to, looks like city manager reports.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do have meetings, the next meeting's in January 14th and the 28th. We've got a schedule for CRA meetings for 2025 listed in there with the agenda, but there is one scheduled for January 14th at 4:30. Obviously, in the regular meeting would follow that at 6 o'clock. Other than that, just wish everybody Merry Christmas. We'll be shut for the holidays, but we'll open up the 26th, which is Thursday next week.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Peters on that? Ms. Cobb.
Just one item to add to the city attorney's status report for the litigation, because it came in after that was already prepared. The Liza Jackson Land Company has filed a lawsuit against the city alleging that the city's decision to allow commercial businesses to use the parking lot violates the reverter clause in the deed that Liza Jackson gave to the city for the City Hall property, which restricts the land's use to public parks, recreation, a City Hall, Civic Center, auditorium, and library building, or any and all of these. At this time, we're evaluating the case and awaiting a response from the city's insurer to determine whether coverage counsel will be provided. To protect the city's interests, I would advise the council to refrain from further discussion of this matter during today's meeting until we have additional information and guidance. I will provide updates as soon as we receive further clarity, and at the first meeting in January, I will call for an executive session to be conducted at the second city council meeting in January to discuss the matter freely with the whole city council. Other than that, Merry Christmas.
Any non-specific case questions for Ms. Cobb? Seeing none, we'll go for a round of council comments because I do realize that I did skip it earlier. It definitely was on purpose.
Mr. Mayor, also the public comments. I know we're down to stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. I did skip that too, and that was not actually on purpose. Public comments. We're now open for public comments since we've been jumping all over the place, and I certainly do apologize. I'm sure that everyone did get a chance to speak at most of these things. And so, Councilman Walker, I'd like to briefly thank you as well for insisting that Mr. Reddy was able to speak, because now I would be asking for public comments at 10:38, and he is not here, so good call by you, sir. Anyone from the public wishes to comment on anything that was not on the agenda tonight? You've got an opportunity to do so. Seeing none, we will move on to mayor council comments, and we'll start with Councilman Smith.
The only thing I got is I'd like to maybe on the next agenda put an item on there to talk about full charter review of our existing charter. We've been crawling all over that thing for a few years now, and there is a lot of stuff that is defunct in there, needs to be cleaned up, messed up, and to kind of par along with that, maybe cleaning up our charter and then standing up a charter review committee with maybe each of us getting to appoint a citizen to be on that to give us recommendations about looking at the charter and what we can do to kind of update it, because it's quite old and confusing.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Walker.
Nothing really other than just thank all the staff for all the work that you put into all of the work that was presented to us tonight. I know it was a lot and it was well presented. Thank you for that. And to everyone else, Merry Christmas. To everyone, Merry Christmas.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Perry.
Oh, you're not speaking? Oh, okay.
Not right
Yeah,
now.
I have some concerns that was brought up at the last meeting. Mr. Van Landingham is very, and I have to appreciate his coming forth, because apparently it's been riding for a long time. The city attorney and the city manager and I have been having meetings discussing the recreation center and my appearance there, and it's disturbing Ms. Van Landingham. I have not directed her to do anything. Everything I've done, I've gone through Mr. Peters, such as the ice cream social, which was, we had a ball, and the mayor was there, and he even said, I said, I'm pushing for senior center activities. He says, I'm there for you. And then the Lumpia, it was a mess, but we had a good time. We had a good time. And what I'm getting from the residents, and that's who I represent, is the people that put me here. The taxpayers, the residents. We took away their senior center, and we have an email from Mr. Peters talking about that. And I've been here since 1970. I'm a senior myself. But I went to that senior center even before it was there, and I knew the lady that was Miss Fleming, I think it was. And now it's the science center, and it's just blossoming. The seniors are begging. They're begging for more activities. I was going to bring the schedules. They're allowed 1 hour a day to play mahjong. But I've noticed in the November and December, they've had added a few more items there that they could play. We have basketball. We have the kids have a big room with all the electronics, stuff and all that. Pickleball out the yin yang. I mean, the kids have everything, and the seniors are playing pickleball and all that other too. And cheerleading. My 8-year-old is a cheerleader. Matter of fact, and I've been there. I've been there when it was Fred Hendricks. I was there before you were a twinkle in your dad's eye. I mopped those floors. I made the first cheerleader outfits there by hand. We didn't have any money, but we made it go. Miss Reynolds and your mom used to, during the summer, they had camps for the kids. This is my area here also, even though it's right behind the field too is right behind my house. I do not direct the city staff to do anything. Anything. I have suggestions like Medicare Shine. I had a brochure there. Mr. Peters and I emailed back and forth on that. I was a Medicare Shine counselor. You're not old enough for Medicare yet. You don't understand. Open enrollment from October the 15th to December the 7th. People that are on Medicare can change their insurance, and believe you me, it changes a lot. And at people my age and older, or even younger, that's not as healthy, they have a lot of health issues. But part of that, what we're trying to do is get them to stay activated and to talk. Even people that are in walkers like this here come in there because they want to be there to assimilate with people and all. And they're begging for these activities, and they're being denied. And I'm going to use the big D word, discrimination. I found out they have a daycare there, a licensed DCF daycare. And Miss Tiffany, you and I have talked, and Miss Barnes communicated back and forth about that. 45 children are there. Is that recreation? We have a daycare just down the road, not even 100 yards in Edinburgh. There's a daycare there. Well, I understand it's a good money-making thing. I think it's $800 a month or so, something like that. That's going rate times 45 times 12. You can figure that out. But what I'm asking is to bring our senior activities back under the dome of the Recreation Center. We're using the library, but they're limited also with what they have there. They have that one all-purpose room. Medicare Elder Services with a certified instructor, we've got her or them to teach Tai Chi and balance. And as a nurse practitioner, I'm telling you, I see a difference. The first class we had, 37 people showed up there, and several of them were men. Some came in like this, like Mr. Reddy. We're denying our seniors a place at the Recreation Center. and I'm begging the staff, I'm begging. I want this, I'll do whatever I can, whatever needs possible to get more activities there for the seniors. Matter of fact, I'm going to use discrimination again here again. I don't know who decides who's going to be at the luncheon or who decides who the speakers are, but I know these people. I know these people. I've been in this area here. I know all the healthcare services here. I know Marty Hearn with Elder Services, with Medicare Shine. I came in during that bingo luncheon, and she was halfway through, and Marty was there giving a presentation, and I thought, my goodness, why was this not advertised? So the people could come, so they could hear, so we could make appointments. I even found out that we have a computer room there just off the lobby. We could have a counselor there. It's free. It's free that we offer this to, they can make. We sit there because we have everything there. We're not salespeople, we're not insurance salespeople or anything like that, but we're there. We see everything that's offered to all the insurance policies that are offered to them in our area and who the providers are. It's free that we offer this to them, and we're denying our seniors there, and they're asking for it. I represent them, and I want more there. I don't know what your idea, Jeff, with the senior, but I feel as if you're ignoring us, the seniors. And I'm begging. What do I need to do?
I mean, it's, as everybody knows, it's a multi-purpose. When we moved in there in 2015, it's a multi-purpose facility, and it's trying to provide something for all ages. And I see the senior calendar. It's every day's loaded up with stuff. There is stuff in there all day long.
Mahjong. No, I'm not talking about pickleball or all that. I'm talking about the people that are like Mr. Reddy, that are not able to do those activities. I've been there. I've been there. I just live down the block, and I walk that area, all the time.
To be honest with you, we've grown to capacity in that facility. I mean, there's people all over the building.
But we have a daycare there. We could have had our senior center there. You took it away.
We've provided recreation programming with kids for 50 years. I mean,
this is a daycare we're talking about. The seniors could have had that, but
it's a pre-K program.
The churches have pre-K programs, and they get money. Like you guys are getting a lot of money for that, but you've taken away.
Are you saying to kick the kids out to move the seniors down in the kids program?
Pardon?
Are you saying to get rid of the kids and to move the seniors down into the other side of the building?
The seniors could be there. You took away the senior center before you even got the DCF licensure.
We actually combined 3 recreation centers and a senior center
Exactly.
in one. So it wasn't just the senior center, it was 3 recreation centers.
All the gyms, the neighborhood gyms, like the one that we sold to the Greg Chappell guy, that we forgave his loan for $124,000 so he can build up in Crestview.
So, Mr. Berry, I do want to allow you to have your time to speak, and I certainly have been trying to, as best we can, just hear you out. I would just recommend, and I can certainly give you additional time as well, but I would really just recommend that you put together a list of things that you would like to see at that, and then get it put on an agenda at a meeting, and we can come in here and discuss whether or not those are things that, our taxpayers need to pay for or look at or whatever. Absolutely. I think if you want to have that discussion, then let's have that discussion. But please do get those items together in a tangible list of, hey, here's what A, B, C, all the way down should be.
Yeah.
And if you want to continue on, please do. I'm not trying to cut you off.
Okay, well, I have a few more things to say.
Offer a suggestion.
I've been holding up, because what you told me also, that you would take me.
I told you, ma'am, that a gentleman came in here to represent his wife, who was at the very end of her rope and felt she was being harassed by you. And he is also a city employee, and he came in here to express that in front of these cameras, the public, and the city council, and his
supervisors and everybody else. And if that man came in here and said that, I'd have to believe what he had to say.
Well, not to interrupt, but at this point, there's going to be a third-party labor and employment lawyer that works for the city that will hear out both sides and handle it through the proper procedure that way. So we can probably move on from that aspect of it. You're going to have your chance to speak, and so will the employee. And going to your other issues, the list idea, do you want to put that on the agenda for?
The what? I'm sorry?
Your list of ideas for the senior center, do you want to add that to an upcoming agenda in January?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you could get that to Kim Barnes, then we will make sure it gets on there, if that helps.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, but what I wanted to say, I've been here on that side of the podium when you were up here and the previous council. And they violated the U.S. Constitution, the state constitution, the city charter, whenever I begged for public safety. And I was denied.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
So if you're going to kick me off the council because you thought or you heard that I was harassing or the city staff, you were willing, but yet...
I was never willing to kick you off the council. In fact, I implicitly said I am not in favor of kicking someone off the council. So I don't know if you, heard that wrong.
But you said that if you found out that I did, you would do everything that you could to get me off.
I did not say anything like that. It's on video,
Well,
and I welcome you to come back and see it.
Well, I'm not.
I don't want to sit here and argue.
No, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not even going to ask for it. But I know what you said. And I kept quiet. But I just want to let you know. I know how he felt. He said what he heard, and even though he didn't get Mr. Van Lanningham didn't have the whole story, I could hear the passion into his voice. And it was the same passion that I felt whenever I've been on that side of the podium. And I was denied public safety. I had major shoulder surgery. And I even told Terry Franksman, I says, I don't want to sue the city. I don't want the city to pay my bills. I want public safety. And I finally got it. And whenever I fussed at you after I came on council, my neighbors and I, and you could see. So that's where I'm coming from. But I had to say what I said from what I took that last meeting. But it was no time for me to come back because the election was just over. There was so much angst about that. He was upset, even though he didn't have all the information. And for her to deny, and the senior counselor, a Medicare counselor said, I can't tell you whenever I asked. And I says, the other person, their company, three events. And she said, and I says, oh, let me, tell me about that. That's good. She said, I can't tell you. So I don't know if you have told Ms. Van Lanningham not to say anything, or you're directing her. I don't know. All I know is and you even asked me to find someplace else to exercise.
I didn't say that. I never said that. I not one time said to find another place to exercise.
Parlor Donuts, the last meeting that we had with Mr. Jeff Peters.
I said go in there and exercise and just do your thing, and then when you're done, just don't make sure you don't tell the staff what to do. That's what I said, twice, at 2 different meetings.
And you were there. Thank you very much for my time. And thank you for listening.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Jeter.
We had a TDC meeting this morning, and the SS United States, regardless of what you're seeing and hearing on the news, is still underway and coming this way, and nothing has changed. But you're going to see a lot of stuff on the news that may or may not be happening. While we were at TDC meeting, Tiffany, I was going to say the lights downtown look awesome. We actually had somebody from Okaloosa Island come over, and they want to do lights around some trees over there and keep them up year round now too. So can't wait to see what those look like all year. It looks awesome. It just makes you want to smile when you drive through downtown. It does every year. Just can't wait to see it year round. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Look forward to seeing everybody in January. Be safe.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Good night.
John and David.